What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. We realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
brought it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he's too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool, not a coincidence. I actually chop it up with but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro.
Oh God, bro.
Let's start down, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't need these. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that, man. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother already. Peanut, what's the word, my brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard that? If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over there, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't on his
no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
That's how it's going. I love to tell Sutek, tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Album pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. You heard it right here. He ain't ducking no favors, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, and then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga around me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me? I don't be.
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother.
Word the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like,
so he like,
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find y'all?
Own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. listen, y'all don't know what y'all
I
did.
don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top Abo leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO genealogy.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos. Caught another Abos. Caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos. Caught another Abos. Caught another Abos slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Caught an Abos slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some do-it-I thing that you got a friend. if nothing staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friends.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Make sure you like the show, share the show. I'm probably dragging or lagging a little bit. Hold on. I got way too many tabs open. But hit that like button, share the show, man. We're gonna get started real quick. Peace to everybody in the chat. I see Fat Headed Ass. The Bar Reloaded in the building. EIE in the building. Rod, what's good with you? What up, though, Willie? We got Teddy in the building. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who else in the building, but let me fix this real quick. Or whatever Sean tell y'all to tell somebody. You're a funny dude. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I need to do something. Make sure y'all hit that button, man. Share that show. What up, Big Ant? What's good with you, brother? Hold on 1 second. All right, can y'all hear me? Y'all should be able to hear me pretty cool and no echo. Okay. Put a 1 in the chat, man, if you can hear me all right. Let me know we coming through crystal clear. Hope y'all having a good weekend, man. It's Saturday evening. You know what I'm saying? I just popped up on everybody. Give me a second. Yeah, give me 1 second. I need to do something real quick so I can make sure. Well, maybe I ain't got to. I just do it like this. So I want to have a conversation about the relationship between blacks and Indians. And I want to try to find as much information as possible to be able to iron out the relationship, the admixing, and the interconnectedness between some American Indians who we deem Native Americans and that relationship with people of African ancestry or Black people in America. There are still some people that are pissed off at me because I called FBA the original tellers and the Abos the original tellers, but they are based on their definitions, based on what they use, based on how they argue things, based on how they try to edify and educate people. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is from that perspective. However, in the description of this video, I think I left them maybe 1, 2, it may be 3 books. 3 books that are downloadable for y'all, and you should be able to access those books. One of the books is about diffusionism and problems with pre-Columbian contacts, right? That book specifically, and I'm gonna get to it, a particular portion of it, but that is specifically for people who like to argue with us about transoceanic travels to the Americas, right? Coming from the Pacific and or the Atlantic. And even dealing with cultures and how people try to diffuse these cultures and saying they're influenced by one people or another. However, we're going to get into all of that today. I really am in the mood to, what up, Zane? What's good with you, brother? I'm really in the mood for the bullshit today. And excuse me for all the children that might be listening, or those of you who are around or in a space and a place of where these children may be. I'm going to try to tone back a lot of stuff. So the best way for me to tone back a lot of that is by dealing with the information, because I won't get sidetracked. The former slave Black Joe Hodges, a founder of Buffalo, New York, was captured by Seneca Indians. Boom. You see Rock coming through. The Mohawk Indian Joseph Brant owned 40 black slaves, many he captured in battle. Boom. So there are, like I said before, Zane, you just coming in and a couple other people, man. I did leave some scholarship in the description of this video on some encounters of what needs to talk about. Even still, there's another book that I dropped down. It's called Ties That Bind, the story of an Afro-Cherokee family in slavery and freedom. Yeah, Ties That Bind. Provide that book to you as well. And I'm going to get into a particular portion and part of that. The reason that I am doing that is because there are historical documents and there are records and published writings that talk about the Black and Indian encounters, right? And talk about that relationship scholastically, provided us with additional information where we're not dealing with people who like to make up shit or make up stuff, and run their mouth and say the type of things that they say about certain things. And as you can see, Ryan in the chat has been cheating because he probably already went into the description and grabbed whatever he could. But yes, Ty Miles, or he already knew about it. So that's how we rocking. So I do want to appreciate the first stupid person to actually show their face. And I'm going to highlight this comment right here. Yes, says the channel is so ass. Now, if you don't mind, brother, you know what I'm saying? Since it's so ass, what made you show up today? Why would you show up to an ass channel? Exactly. Why would you show up somewhere that would be considered an ass channel? It makes no sense. I got you, Rock. That's why I said you either was cheating in the description or you already knew. And ain't no wrong with already knowing, because sharing is caring. So let me do this. I see that we ain't really having no issues and no problems. That sound personal. You might not get much sleep then. You on here to hear somebody talk and you talk. Boy, you mentally retarded and challenged. You ain't even got a woman to help you. Listen, let me just keep it 1,000. If you need sleep, go exercise. If you need sleep, you need to get you a woman, homie. You don't call somebody voice born to you. I get you. It irritates you. You know why my voice irritating you? Because I challenge your ideology. I challenge your ideology. And in challenging your ideology, that creates conflict. And it makes it very difficult for you to perceive the voice that you're hearing right now, because you know it goes against the very fabric of information that brought you into the designated land of lies. What up, Green Soap? What's good with you? I think you might be behind on the stream because you put a 1 in the chat. But what's good with you? So what we gonna do, man, is we gonna go here first to a book You definitely do confirmation bias. Nah, there's no such thing. You see, you said this nigga said you do confirmation bias research. Yo. All right. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. I have no problem with telling the truth about anything when it comes to information, as long as the data aligns and speaks to the facts. To say that someone does confirmation bias research shows your ignorance, because you don't know what you're really trying to say when you put those three words together, right? You do research only to confirm your bias is an issue. On this channel and this platform, we do unbiased research. We're willing to challenge the biases, because if you are already taking a position on a subject and you drew your conclusions based on a belief and not the factual evidence, then you are only looking for the things that only make you feel good. We research to reach the uncomfortable truth, which gives us the ability to align ourselves with the actual facts and accept things for which we can prove. We don't live outside in fantasy land. We don't live in a land of mythology. We don't call ourselves Black Indians when Black Indians are in fact a thing. And you will see that today, that Black Indians are a thing. But if you go by the definition of what a Black Indian is, it is a person of mixed ancestry, of Indian or Native ancestry and African ancestry. Yes, you are definitely a mythos. Your whole promo that you got with the American flag on it, mythos. Your name, mythos. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got no ties to the Americas. You ain't got none, zero. None of y'all who claim y'all Black, zero. Those of you who claiming your FBA, zero. None of y'all are indigenous to the Americas. I ain't assumed nothing. You don't know Black history. I can tell that now because you put Black Indian. You designated yourself something in the labeling of your name. Therefore, you don't even have no stake or claim to anything. You don't even know how to do research. People who say confirmation bias research have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Excuse my language. You can hit the link anytime you would like to if you want to have a man-to-man. Don't run from it, run to it. And I think I know exactly who you are because I told you on your own post. I told you, if you're willing to stand on something, you will join and hit the link and show and prove. If you don't, that's the only reason that I send you the videos, bruh. The only reason I send you the videos, because I want to see when you're going to have the balls to stand on that shit you be saying in the comment section on Facebook. Instead of hiding behind the internet, you show your face and get to the real business. But you don't want to do that. So you probably gonna duck out. And you should, rightfully so. You know what I'm saying? I know you're scared. It is what it is. You just want to detract. And with that being said, man, I want to get into a book that I've actually shared with y'all before that's not in the description. I made it available on 2 shows ago. It's in the description in the video 2 shows ago. But I want to talk about this. Then we'll go from here. Let me make sure y'all can see that wholeheartedly. Man, he don't know what he talking to, man. You know, when you get people like that just love to just run their mouth, that's exactly what they gonna do. Let me 1-page this. And so I can zoom in. And then we can get to it. So American Indians and people of African origin have had an extensive contact throughout the history of the Americas. These interactions have occurred in all areas of North and South America, and in just about every possible context. While the interactions of whites with American Indians and separately whites with African Americans have been studied extensively, the contacts between Indians and blacks have remained until recently a largely unexplored aspect of the recorded histories of both groups. These interactions reveal communication, alliances, and agency between the two groups, a neglected layer of North American history that far too long has been overlooked or deliberately ignored. Interest in this topic is growing rapidly, both as a field of academic research and as a people with multiracial African American and American Indian background voice interest in researching their own unique histories. But materials can be difficult to locate because of the ways that libraries and research databases organize information. Online library catalogs, article databases, indexes, and the World Wide Web have made library research much different than in the past, and in many cases more efficient and exact when properly used. The author just told you when you're using the World Wide Web, you could be researching something and go in a whole nother direction. Because if you're doing the right things, then you could be efficient and exact when properly used. You know what I'm saying? If you just here to make me think, I'm just here to prove you wrong because you don't know what you're talking about. But there are still subjects that are made no less difficult to locate with electronic resources. These online tools are still dependent on the original library organizational method of the use of controlled vocabulary to catalog, classify, and index materials. If the process of organizing is not done properly and accurately, whether in paper format or electronic, the search will not be successful. That's why you see so much in the algorithm, just jammed into the algorithm, a bunch of ignorance. Complicating this issue further is the fact that mainstream terminology changes over time. Let's deal with some examples. African Americans, for example, have in the past been referred to as Moors, Negroes, Colored, and Afro-Americans. American Indians can be referred to as Indians, American Indians, Native Americans, Indigenous peoples, and by the names of the individual tribal communities or governments. There's no such thing as anyone labeled here just yet. Subject cataloging is often inadequate for the Native American issue alone, but when one attempts to search for information on the intertwined histories of African Americans and Native Americans, the issues are magnified even further. It was with these limitations in mind that this bibliography was compiled. This is a bibliography of books, articles, dissertations, websites, and videos containing information on interactions between African American and Native American people and communities in the United States and Canada. It was originally intended to be a comprehensive bibliography, but in the final publication, certain items have undoubtedly been intentionally overlooked, and some, mainly newspaper articles, had to be intentionally omitted to limit the size of the work. The terms, ladies and gentlemen, let's deal with them. Hold on one second. How y'all seeing this? Are y'all seeing this as one page, or are y'all seeing this as probably still two? Hold on. Dum, 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 dum. Okay. Oh, this shit look different. All right. Y'all see it as one page. Can y'all see it pretty clearly? I just want to make sure. Going in. Go on in. Is that clear? Good enough for y'all to see? All right. Okay. Hold up. Cool. All right. So the terms American Indian, Native American, and Indian are used here interchangeably, although whenever possible, the name of the relevant tribe group will be used, as opposed to a more generic term. The terms African American and Black are used interchangeably, while African is used to refer to the people who are identified as having been born in Africa. Black Indian or Indian Black is used as a shorthand for what? African American and Native American. So I believe the gentleman in the chat who proclaims to be Black Indian is claiming his African Americanness and his Native Americanness. And I'm pretty sure if we did a DNA test to get his genetics, he ain't Native Americanness at all. The bibliography is divided into 17 chapters. Most of the chapters are geographic in scope, although it must be pointed out that many Indian groups were extremely mobile or migrated great distances, often against their will. As a result, certain groups may be found in more than one chapter. For example, information on the Iroquois can be found in both the Northeast and the Canada chapter. The first chapter covers items that present summaries of general discussions of Indian-Black interactions. Northeast includes New England and New York. Mid-Atlantic, Delaware and Maryland. Upper South includes Georgia, excluding the 5 tribes. The Deep South chapters focus on all the southern groups, excluding the 5 tribes. The 5 groups referred to as the 5 civilized tribes, or simply 5 tribes. The Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Creek, and Seminole are found in 6 chapters. You remember when I don't think y'all remember, but I kind of pulled all of this out earlier. So I just wanted to give you a little bit about the introduction of the book. And I want to take you somewhere real quick. And then I'm going to transition. Because, I don't deal with like the made up stuff. I can't deal with that. So y'all remember when I was reading this book to y'all and I was talking about how this book directly comes out and extracts information? Remember when I was saying, like, as an example, Jack D. Forbes on page 57 through 83 of one of his books argues that in order to begin the study of the Black-Indian relations, it is crucial to have a workable meaning for the terms that were used historically to describe people of mixed African Native American ethnicity. Look at the origin and the use of the terms musty, half-breed, and Zombo, right? These are the things that this book that I showed y'all the last 2 shows ago, these are the things that the book brings out. So I'm back to giving you an example of that before I move on to any other work. The reason that I went back to this is because Jack D. Forbes told y'all to do not use his information out of context. So historically, when he is referring to a word during the 15th century, you have to put yourself in a mind frame of how the word was intended in its use in the 15th century, not the fucking 20th century or 21st century. You can't make it mean what it means today back in the 15th century. And this is another article. This is another piece of context in how Jack D. Forbes is trying to tell y'all to not commit an etymological fallacy. Now that I got that out of the way, give me 1 second. Let me stop this share and let me get into the other work that I want to get into. That boy is bothered in the chat. Ron, is that you with no understanding of Black history? Is that you in the chat, bro? With no understanding. So, where I want to start? Africans and Indians only in America. African, what up, Keisha? What's going on? I almost got to sing the Hot Boys song with Keisha in there. Y'all see him, William Loren Katz. You're familiar with his work because he's the author of Black Indians, The Black West, and Breaking the Chains. Right? Let me zoom in real quick as I want to talk about a few things. All right. This is Africans and Indians Only in America, an article written by Katz in 2007. I'm going to read this to you in full so you'll have context. Alex Haley's successful track in the Kuna Kente gave the hunt for African ancestors a needed shove forward. But driven by their stubborn and will and searching eyes as researchers fanned out in the pursuit of African connections, another vision appeared. First as a recurring distraction, then as a source of wonder, geological detectives stumbled upon a Native American ancestor. Alex Haley was hardly alone when he also discovered Native American roots to his family tree. Though often unmentioned except in family circles, this biological legacy has been shared by such figures as Frederick Douglass, MLK, Langston Hughes, Lena Horne, Alicia Walker, Jesse Jackson, Michael Jackson, LL Cool J. Today, virtually every African American family tree boasts an Indian branch. This was in 2007. That has later been challenged. This uniquely only in America relationship began with the earliest foreign landings in the New World. From Nova Scotia to Cape Horn and along the jewel-like islands of the Caribbean, European imposed a slave system first on Native Americans. Then, as millions of Indians fell victim to overwork, disease, and brutality, kidnapped Africans began to take their places. There, in the misty dawn of the Americas, two peoples of color began to meet in the slave huts, on a tobacco and cotton plantations, and as workers in dark and dank mines. For 2 centuries, Indians and Africans remained enslaved together, and Native Americans were not exempted from the system until after the Revolution. Scholar C. Van Woodward has concluded if the black-red interbreeding was anywhere as extensive as suggested by testimony of ex-slaves, then the monoracial concept of slavery in America requires revision. The African-Indian connection also adds a sharp new dimension to the issue of slave resistance. The first evidence of Native American and African unity appears in a 1503 communication to Spain's king, Ferdinand, from Viceroy Nicolas de Ovando of Spain's headquarters of Hispaniola, now Haiti. Ovando complained that his enslaved Africans fled among the Indians and taught them bad customs and never could be captured. In the last 4 words, the governor is describing more than a problem with untrustworthy servants or the difficulties of retrieving runaways in a rainforest. From his thin line of white colonies, he sees Europeans confronting a new biracial enemy that has a base of support in the interior. The budding coalition has new recruits joining each week. In Suriname, on the northern coast of South America, U.S. anthropologist Richard Price lived among and recorded the origins of the Saramacca Nation. Beginning in 1680, Saramaccan combined Indians and Africans enslaved by Europeans. Sacred Saramaccan legends explain the Indians escaped first, and then since they knew the forest, they came back and liberated the Africans. This red hand of friendship extended to people of African descent is an American tradition as deep as meaningful as the first Thanksgiving. From Canada to Cape Horn, 2 peoples fled bondage, united as husband and wife, brother and sister, mother and child, and formed a military alliance. Sounds like a romantic kumbaya, but a lot is being left. Centuries before the Declaration of Independence talked about the natural lights and sanctions rebelling against tyranny. African Indian alliances acted on these concepts as they pursued their American dream in the mountains beyond the white settlements dotting the coastline. 1537, Viceroy Mendoza of Mexico, laminating an insurrection by Africans, admitted the Indians are with them. As slave revolts rocked the new European outposts in the Americas, they also enjoyed Native American support. In hard to reach backwaters of the Americas, two people of color began to build their own maroon colonies. Some were outlaw bands, raiders who preyed on white slaves and Indians alike and lived on a short, brutish life. But other Maroons depended on family farming and herding and built peaceful relations and trade with Indian villages, slaves, and former masters. European officials judged Maroons, in the words of French historian, the gangrene of colonial society. The success as independent economic societies refuted white claims of African inferiority. Each day, Maroons proved once slaves reached free, they could govern themselves and prosper. Further, Maroon encampments served as beacons for discontented slaves in a radius of 100 miles and stood as a clear and present danger to European conquest. So whites saw Maroons as a knife pressed against the thin line of their rule, and they had a point. In a clockwork of military and legal reflexes, European authorities sought to eradicate Black Indian contacts and pit red against black. In 1523, a royal order to Hernando Cortez banned Africans from Indian villages. Divisions of the races is an indispensable control element, said Spanish officer. Between the races, we cannot dig too deep a gulf, announced a French official. Well-trained European armies ordered to crush Maroon colonies met their match in distant mountains and jungles. Maroon self-respect grows because of the fear whites have of them. A white Brazilian wrote to King Jael of Portugal in 1719, Maroon songs resonate with victorious pride. Black man rejoice. White man won't come here. And if he does, the devil will take him off. White commanders in resplendent uniforms met defeat and chose retirement in distant European capitals. Foreign soldiers had little stomach for warfare in the wilderness against Black Indians. So Europeans hired or consecrated Indians. These were experts in frontier warfare, but their loyalty was questionable. So in 1732, Spanish officials in Venezuela threw 150 conscripted Indians and Africans and 100 white soldiers against Juan Edrasotti, a Black Indian whom the Spanish crown saw as a business rival. When Adrotti's guerrilla fighters surrounded the invaders, the soldiers of color defected. Then the musket fire of Androtti's men finished the work, killing and wounding more than half of the whites as they scurried home. Most Maroon leaders were African-born, but after 1700, leadership increasingly fell to those born to Black Indian marriages. People familiar with European negotiations, Black women in short supply sometimes played crucial roles in village life. Amazonian Brazil, Felipa Maria Arnha, who ruled a thriving colonies, so adroitly maneuvered her armed forces against the Portuguese. There was no defeating her, and Portugal granted her people freedom, independence, and sovereignty. The largest American Maroon settlement was the Republic of the Palomares, a three-walled city of 11,000 in northeastern Brazil. For almost the entire 17th century, Palmares armies hurled back repeated Dutch and Portuguese military expeditions. Finally, in 1794, Palmares was overrun. According to a legend, its warriors threw themselves over a cliff rather than surrender. So in 1920, Carter G. Woodson, the father of modern Black history, wrote that in North America, entire libraries were devoted to the studies of the relationship between Africans and Europeans and the relationship between Native Americans and Europeans. But said Dr. Woodson, the third part of the American Triangle remained unexplored. One of the largest unwritten chapters in the history of the United States is the treating of the relations of Negroes and Indians. Woodson thought slaves found among the Indians were one of a means of escape. The very notion of black Indians still has most whites shaking their heads in disbelief or smiling at what appeared to be a joke, an unlikely play on words. No one remembers any such person in a school text, Western novel, or Hollywood movie. None ever appeared, even in African American families. Indian connections were occasionally mentioned, but not as part of a historic process. Despite the vital role of the remembrance of people of color, a gallant heritage remained hidden. As researchers traced African roots, Indian connections could no longer be ignored. In the 1920s, Columbia University anthropologist Melville Herskovich, renowned for documentation of African survivals in American life, conducted interviews in New York, West Virginia, and D.C., which determined that a fourth to a third of African Americans had Indian ancestors. Today, in North American families, the figure is closer to 95%. Bullshit. Remember, this 2007. We ain't got DNA. Scholars have uncovered fascinating glimpses of the historic legacy. In 1622, the colony of Jamestown, Virginia was taken by Native Americans, but Africans were spared. In 63 of the 1700s, during the Pontiac's Indian uprising, a Detroit resident reported that Native Americans killed whites, but were saving and caressing all the Negroes they take. He worried at least this might produce an insurrection. Chief Joseph Brought's Mohawks in New York welcomed runaway slaves and encouraged intermarriage. Native American adoption systems knew no color line except the breathless fugitives as sisters and brothers. Woodson's notion of an escape hatch notion proved correct. Indian villages welcomed fugitives and served as a station of an underground railroad. I said what I said earlier about this being closer to 95% is crazy because we have DNA now. But we also have the accounts of a large population of Indians that looked at the Negro worse than the white man. And we have that in one of the books that I left in the description, Red, White, and Black. All right. Native Americans were proud people, but without prejudice and a lack of investment in slavery. Enslaved Africans near New Orleans fled to the nearby Natchez villages. By 1723, free black men commanded Natchez expeditions against the French. One black Indian village, not in Palais, claimed 15 residents, 11 muskets and ammunition, and another band camped across Lake Pontchartrain. British racial policy relied on divide and rule. So in 1721, most English settlements denied interest to Indians, and 10 years later, whites in Carolina who brought blacks to the frontier lands faced fines of £100. Louisiana Governor Etienne de Pierre, whose African slaves escaped and united in Natchez Indians and in one raid destroyed a French colony and left 200 whites dead, warned this union between the Indian nations and black slaves could lead to total loss for this colony. In British North America, each treaty with Native Americans provided the return of runaways. So in 1721, the governor of Virginia made the Five Nations promise to return all fugitives. In 1726, the governor of New York had the Iroquois Confederacy promise. In 1746, the Herons promised, and the next year, the Delawares promised. Compliance was another matter, according to scholar Kenneth Porter. None of these nations returned a slave. British officials also offered staggering rewards to Indians who would hunt fugitives. In Virginia, price was 35 deerskin, and in the Carolinas, it was 3 blankets and a musket. To finally sell off Native American villages and make Indians partners, British merchants introduced Africans as slaves to the Five Nations. The Cherokees, the Chickasaws, the Choctaws, the Creeks, and the Seminole. What up, Sha? Though less than 3% of the Indian people owned slaves, bondage created destructive cleavages in their villages and promoted a class of hierarchy based on white blood. Indians of mixed white blood stood at the top, pure Indians next, and people mixed with that of African descent were at the bottom. So in 1860, Indian populations figures over a 30-year period showed a decline ranging from 20 to 40%, but the numbers of slaves had increased to 2,511 for the Cherokees, 2,344 for the Choctaws, 1,532 for the Creeks, 975 for the Chickasaws. Slavery had become a majority economic factor in each nation. Indian masters, however, rejected the worst features of Southern white bondage. Travelers reported enslaved Africans in as good communication as their masters. A white Indian agent, Douglas Cooper, upset by the Native American failure to practice a brutal form of bondage, insisted the Indians invite white men live in their villages and control matters. Forced division and law threatened but failed to end black Indian friendship. Thomas Jefferson discovered among the Matapones of Virginia more Negro than Indian blood. The city of Los Angeles was founded in 1781 by 44 people, of whom all but 2 were African, Indian or mixed of the 2 people. In the 1830s, frontier artist George Catlin described the Negro and North American Indian mixed of equal blood as the finest built and most powerful men I have ever yet seen. Prominent whites include Governor Pierre of Louisiana claimed Indians had a great aversion to Africans. But this was wishful thinking, because in 1730, his Choctaw allies captured dozens of black runaways who had served in the military as allies of the Natchez Nation, but then refused to surrender them. So when the Africans were finally returned after 18 months, they boasted of their freedom with the Natchez and Choctaw. And angry Pierre reported the returnees had a new spirit of laziness, independence, and insolence. The greatest flower wing and most militant expression of Black Indian alliance took place in Florida. Enslaved Africans fled bondage in Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, and Carolinas to make of a new life in the peninsula claimed by Spain. Around the time of the American Revolution, Africans welcomed Seminoles as a breakaway segment of the Creek Nation to the peninsula and taught them rice cultivation methods that had learned in Sierra Leone and Senegambia. Notice how we're not hearing shit about a fourth group of people. It's always the Indians, the blacks, and the whites. The Indians, the blacks, the whites. Where's this other group of blacks? I'm lost. Finally, in 1819, to intercede the threat of U.S. slaveholders, the United States purchased Florida. By this time, African-run plantations stretched for 50 miles along Florida's fertile Apalachicola River Valley and includes herds of cattle and horses. In Florida, the red and black Seminoles fought the United States Army, red and black. V-note, red and black. They fought the United States Army, Navy, and Marines to a standstill for decades, and some Seminoles never surrendered. In 3 Seminole Wars, the United States Arms lost more than 1,500 U.S. soldiers, spent more than $40 million, and at times, Seminole armed forces tied up half of the U.S. Army on the peninsula. This, you may be assured, said U.S. General Thomas Jessup in 1837, is a Negro, not an Indian war. It was both. Once away from European rule, African and Native American men and women found they had more in common than a foe wielding musket and whips. Scholar Claude Lévi-Strauss found both peoples had precious knowledge and extreme familiarity with the biological environment and gave it a passionate attention. Dr. Theda Purdue's study of the Cherokee Nation found that red and black people saw the spiritual and environmental as one, and common activities such as rising in the morning and hunting and curing illnesses and embodying the religious significance. Mountains and hills represented divinities. People, animals, and plants carried life's messages. Religion was not reserved for Sundays, but a matter of a daily reflection. This how we know you Abos is fake. Y'all don't know none of this shit. Indians and Africans both sought to live harmoniously with nature. Y'all ain't nature worshipers, man. Y'all boys and try to be every religion known to man and then make up some shit. You got top cats running around here trying to be Egyptian, talking about the Indians gave the Egyptians the knowledge and shit like that. He ain't alone. Because A1 and AP be on the same stupidity. They ain't try to steer clear of it, but he get walked dead smack into it. Most peoples reject pursuit of worldly treasures and allow kinship rather than ownership, but dictate economic, social, and judicial decisions and marital customs. Individual roles were subservient to and flowed from transcendent community duties. Analysis of faunal materials from a Black 18th century colony of Fort Mose, Florida. Dr. Jane Landers reveals that in their eating habits, Indian and Black villages resembled each other in many respects. Cherokee and other Native American rulers noted Purdue governed not by obtuse legal doctrines, but by overreaching friendly compact. Members were born into and agreed to follow. These societies contrasted with European models. They slashed the narrow ribbon in a peace of pursuit, individual wealth, and regretted nothing but defeat. So by 1860, African Americans had so thoroughly mixed with Native Americans through the Atlantic seaboard that white legislators wanted to revoke their tax exemptions. So in the Oklahoma Indian Territory, 18% of the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Seminole, and Creek were of what? African descent. That word ain't went no fucking where this entire article by William Katz. Y'all love using William Katz's book, Black Indian. The whole time, he telling you that that's a motherfucker of African descent. No less than in the North and the South, the Civil War tore Indian nations apart. Surrounded by Confederate troops and influenced the Confederate Indian agents, most Native Americans in Oklahoma felt they had little choice but follow the Confederacy. However, in 1861, hundreds of Black and Red Indians led by Creek Chief Yahula fought 3 pitched battles against the Confederate whites and Indians to reach the Union lines in Kansas and offer their services. With the defeat of the Confederacy and its Indian allies, Northerners sought revenge, and the U.S. scrapped existing treaties with Native American nations. The Seminole Nation made their most rapid adjustments to emancipation, electing 6 Black members to its first post-war governing council. Black Seminoles began to build homes, churches, schools, and businesses. Cherokees and Creeks moved toward equality somewhat slower, and Choctaw and Chickasaws slower yet. Whatever unfairness African Americans felt living among Indians, they knew did not compare with what they could expect from Southern whites. The opportunities for our people in that Indian country far surpassed any other kind of possessed by our people in the U.S., wrote O.S. Fox of the Cherokee Afro-American Advocate. His people knew that they lived among Indian men and women who were never brutalized or lynched their sons and daughters. At a famous Congress in Augustoro in 1819, Liberator Simon Bolivar was elected president of Venezuela and planned a military course that would eventually free the Americans of foreign rule. But he also took time to talk of our racial history. He said it is impossible to say which of the human family we belong. The larger part of the native population has disappeared. Europeans have mixed with Indians and Negroes, and the Negroes have mixed with the Indians. We are all born of one mother, America, though our fathers had different origins. This dissimilarity is one of the greatest significance. Many people of African descent found escape and some located their American dream among Native Americans. Together, 2 peoples of color became the first freedom fighters of the Americas. Their courageous contribution to our legacy and resistance to tyranny deserves greater recognition. That's from William Katz. That's why I said you got to be more careful when you're trying to use that man's work and he telling you what he want to tell you. Now I'm gonna come over to ties that bind the story of an Afro-Cherokee family. I'm gonna come down to about page 24. I think I'm gonna go to page 24. I'm gonna start at a point where a lot of some small stuff that happened in between the beginning of the book and where I'm going, but my point is the relationship between Black people and the Cherokee. So I'm trying to get to it, and we're at this point of the book. Shoe Boots is marrying someone, or there was an early marriage of Shoe Boots and a young white lady, but then there's also some other stuff. So we're going to start at the point of the early marriage of Shoe Boots, and I'm gonna walk y'all right into what I want to talk about out of this book. All right. So the early marriage of Shoe Boots to a young white woman serves as a precursor to the saga that unfolds here. And the portrayal of this marriage by Payne can be read as a metaphor for the role of Blacks in the Cherokee Nation. Though much of the 19th century, Cherokee history has been written as a story about Cherokees and whites. It was an invisible third element, the presence of Black people, on which the story often turned. So, know all men by the presence that I, Mary Steeman, on the District of Chickamauga, Georgia, and the Cherokee Nation, have this day sold to Joseph Van of the District of Coosa Water and Nation, aforesaid the following property: one Negro woman, slave by the name of Jenny, about 50 years old. Also, her husband named Harry, about the same age, and her children: Sally, 34 years old; Charlotte, 28 years old; George, 26 years old; Rosianna, 21 years old; Isaac, 18; Bob, 16; Harry, 14; Kate, 11; and Elick, 8 years old. And the said Jenny's grandchildren: Reuben, 9; Washington, 6; Sally, 3; and Evelyn, 1 year old. Also 10 head of cattle, 1 sown mar, and 2 colts, 1 bay horse, a pony, and a wagon. This is on a Cherokee Supreme Court document. I want to add to my testimony to that of enabler pens to convince the people of free states that what slavery really is. Only by experience can anyone realize how deep and dark and foul is that pit of abomination. What did it mean to be described in the possessive categorized in a collective list among things? What were the physical cost of becoming someone owned or having one's humanity diminished by custom and law? Of being fully subject to the authority of another. Sometimes we, as 21st century students of history, think we know the answers to these questions. But Harriet Jacobs, who wrote the explanatory slave narrative, Incidents in the Life of the Slave Girl, written by herself after she had escaped from her master in North Carolina, tells us that we are mistaken. O virtuous reader, Jacobs writes, you never knew what it was to be a slave. Even as we learn more about the conditions and the cycles of a female enslavement from an ever-growing and important body of scholarship, we seem to perceive less about the raw and utter evil that was chattel slavery in America. The passage of time, the passing away of our grandparents who knew the peculiar institution firsthand, and ironically, the wide availability of brutal slavery accounts had distanced us from the history, anesthetized us to its horrors, and muted our ability to understand its assault on humanity. Literary scholars, Sadie Hartman, has unveiled this disassociation in our discussions of representation of violence against slaves, writing that She wants to call attention to the ease with which such scenes are usually reiterated, the casualness with which they are circulated, and the consequences of this routine display of slaves' ravaged body. Rather than inciting indignation, too often the immure used to the pain by virtue of the familiarity. Instead of reproducing such as scenes in her book, Hartman directs our attention to what she calls the sheer unrepresentability of terror. Here, Hartman agrees with Jacobs, who impresses on us the unknowability of her experience. This place of unrepresentable, the unknowable, and in the language of Toni Morrison, unspeakable, is where the slave lives. It is where a slave woman named Doll Shoeboats lived until her old age. Unlike Harriet Jacobs, though, who told her unknowable story in her own words, Doll did not write. A record of Doll's interior life, her ruminations and fleeting thoughts, and might reveal something of her world to us. But like millions of other slave women, Doll left nothing behind that attests to the character, her strategies and ideologies, the quality of her days and years. The available sources of Doll's life are a reflection of that life itself, limited, ambiguous, and fragmented. To write about Doll, then, is to pay tribute to her life, a life that would otherwise be lost to history, but do not be lulled. To write about Doll is also a wholly inadequate exercise. For every escape about her past that I have scavenged and reconstructed, here might just as well have been captured by a chapter of blank white pages. O virtuous reader, you never knew what it was to be a slave. She was known by the name of Doll. It is an evocative name, one that conjures the image of playthings with the vacant eyes, or perhaps it brings to mind a sweet-faced young woman, kind and gentle of spirit. But even the simple fact of Doll's moniker points to absences in what we know about this woman's life. Was Doll the name given her by her mother or grandmother? Or was it attached to her by a former slave owner as a woman to undermine her parents' authority to oversimplify the task of addressing the slaves? Would this name resonate with Doll? Or was it a label that, when uttered, did violence to her by erasing another name that we will never know? Many historians who mention Doll in passing part in their accounts of Boots' life did further violence by misnaming her, calling her anything from Lucy or Lilcy, the apparent name of Shubu's sisters, to Dark-Faced One and Servant One. By the end of what we know of Doll's life, she is referred to in a legal document as Dolly Shoeboats. Boots, a name that could be read in signaling her final and full inclusion in her master-husband community, or as a double erasure of herself, a final remarking of her as belonging of another. In South Carolina, where Shubu's first acquired her Doll, was a fairly common name for female slaves. However, it was not a common name in the Cherokee tribe in the 17 and 1800s, which suggests that this young woman was already known as Doll before she was transported west from the Atlantic coast to the inland region of central Cherokee country. Doll's family, her mother and father, grandparents, and siblings are never mentioned in Cherokee records. It is as though she sprang up, fully formed as the slave of Shoeboots. Where was her first home? Who were her people? What trees did she know? What waters? Was she born in Africa, the Caribbean, America? Did she recall her home as did the young poet Phillis Wheatley, who came from Boston on a slave ship in 1761? Or did she carry with her the story of her father or grandfather who remembered an African past? It is quite possible that Doll was African-born, since Cherokee slave owners purchased slaves recently from Africa who were said to have spoken their mother tongues. FBAers, Abos. If Doll had undergone a journey in the Middle Passage, or if her parents had, it is possible that she was Gambian from present-day Ivory Coast of Liberia, a favorite location among South Carolinian planters, or Angolan from Central Africa, the home of many newly arrived slaves in the 18th century of South Carolina. Born around 1784, 1 year after the Paris Peace Treaty concluded the American Revolutionary War, Doll had lived in predominantly African environment in the outlying areas or in the sea islands of South Carolina, or she may have lived in the quarters with her master in the city. It is probable that Doll lived near Charleston as a girl, or at least passed through the metropolis, since Charleston was a major market for buying and selling of slaves, and one that a prominent Cherokee slave owner, James Van, frequent on his slaves buying expeditions. Doll may have spoken African language, and she may have also spoken Gullah, a New World fusion of African languages and English. She may even have known some Cherokee. Since the coastal South Carolinian, many Indian slaves, including Cherokee slaves, were kept on English plantations with African slaves until the mid-1700s. Doll had another life somewhere before she came into Shoe Boots' hands, before she was passed from man to man like a gun or a blanket. It is likely that she was Shoe Boots' first slave, and that he purchased her to be the helpmate and servant of his Kentucky-born wife, Clorinda Allington. Doll arrived in Cherokee country as a young woman of nearly 16, with a strength and a subtle beauty that would sustain her in the years to come. A fellow slave once said of her, Dolly was a tall, strong made woman. She was called a fair woman at that time. A Cherokee man and acquaintance of Shoe Boots also remembered Doll as a woman with an imposing presence, saying she was rather tall and heavy made. These fragmented descriptions of Doll's likeness, frustrating in their lack of detail, suggest nevertheless that her strength of a body and possibly of character blur the immediate associations inspired by her name. This contradictory image of her, or barely out of a girl Doll, who was at the time tall and strong, holds in tension Doll's objectification and vulnerability as a woman owned in her fortitude as a woman on her own and for an unforgiving land. So when Doll was captured or purchased by the Shoe Boots in the late 1700s, black slavery in Cherokee territory was newly germinating. Cherokees had been aware of Africans at least since the 16th century, when Spanish explorer Hernando de Soto beached in the Americas, carrying in tow West Indian and African slaves. The slaves from De Soto's expedition and explorer Juan Pardo's travels, and possibly runaway slaves of the Spanish colony of Petey River, were likely the first Africans that Cherokees encountered. So black people in America, if black people are encountering other black people, right? Wouldn't they be familiar with one another if they always been here? Wouldn't it be more of a conversation? They would be able to relate to each other. There's a lot of questions that I have for the Abos. The earliest forms of Cherokee and African relations were identification and interdependence. As British settlers planted their first colonies in Virginia and South Carolina, they enslaved Indians as well as Africans to increase their labor pool and to weaken those neighboring Indian groups that they viewed as political and military adversaries. The practice of enslaving Indians, mainly women, they mainly wanted the women, alongside Africans, mainly men, brought members of both groups into an intimate proximity. What they gonna do? Clap cheeks. It's gonna be some cheeks clap. Man, hold on 1 second, y'all. Today my brother's birthday, right? So I hit him up. I'm thinking that he at home, stuck in the snow. This fool says, "Thanks, bro. I love you, but I'm in Puerto Rico." You lucky mother. All right, then let me get back to him. So, African folk tales featuring a trickster rabbit. Combined with southeastern native tales about the same hero, African medicinal practices became an immense with native knowledge about the use of indigenous plants. African women's basket street patterns were woven into Native American women crafts, and corn, a staple of the Southeast Indian diet, became a signature and ingredient of what we now call soul food. African people and Indian people, including many of the Cherokee, shared the same lot for nearly a century. That's not for all of them. It's in the groups that we're referring to, so don't look at this as the totality. Remember, we're talking about the Cherokees in a particular area. The bonds they developed persisted throughout the early 1700s, as when black slaves escaped the Indian communities in insignificant numbers, and paradoxically, when Indian slaves were traded to the West Indies to prevent the likelihood of their escape. Evidence that black slaves sometimes found protection in native communities exists mainly in the oral histories of African American and Native American people, as well as the records of British colonists who were frustrated by the deepening of black and Indian relations. One of the best sources for mapping the history of slave escapes to Indian communities are British colonial and early American newspapers. Look who name shows up. Public historian William Loren Katz, a historian Jack Forbes, both have noted the ways in which newspaper advertisements for runaway slaves indicated not only the routes that slaves took to find their freedom, but also the reality of intermarriage between blacks and Indians in the colonial and early national periods. Katz observed reward notices in colonial papers now told of African slaves who ran off with Indian wives or had kin among the Indians or is part Indian and speaks their language good. Many of these advertisements do not specify a particular Indian nation to which slaves were said to be the running, and those that do, a fair number note the Creek Nation, which along with the related Seminoles was more open to accepting Africans than the Cherokees were. Still, some advertisements directly named the Cherokee Nation or indirectly indicated Cherokee territory, such as in the following example. Peep game. Taken up in September last, a subscriber who commands Fort Prince George in the lower settlements of the Cherokee Nation, a Negro fellow named Jack, speaks pretty good English, says he belongs to the estate of John Stabo of Virginia, and that he has been away for 40 years. Run away from my plantation near Charlestown, South Carolina, two country-born Negro men named July and Cupid, as a particularly known at the Indian land. It is supposed that they are concealed or harbored there. Came to my plantation up on Otter Island as a Negro wench called Nancy, otherwise Penny, who said she belonged to a Mr. Whoever, who died at 18 months ago, and that she went to the Cherokee Nation with her husband. Ran away on Monday last from the subscriber leaving on pity. 3 Negro fellows supposed to be making for the Indians through the state of Georgia. These newspaper advertisements from the late 17 and 1800s also indicate a shift in the enslaved population. Here we see African slaves and Afro-Indian slaves in many cases escaping to Indian communities, but we do not see slaves described as Indian running away. This is owing not just to the planters' tendency to lump African and native bonds people together under the category of Negro, but also to a dramatic decrease in the number of American Indians held as slaves. Relative to the enslavement of Africans, the enslavement of Cherokees and other native peoples in British North America was short-lived, declining by the 1720s as the British depended less on intertribal warfare for their own security and realized the inefficiency of enslaving people in their own homeland. The inefficiency of enslaving people in their own homeland. Here lies another problem with the Abos, with the FBAs. This ain't your homeland. That's why your peoples is coming from slavery. Even the free blacks. This ain't your land. So they designated slaving to the people whose land it wasn't. Digest that. When you do your genealogy the right way, and you walk it back and you're dealing with those records, and you can set up those notifications for those records, when you see that slave, that is an indicator right then and there that you were not a people of that land. This was not your homeland. That is why you were bound to slavery. Up until the 1860s, when they let our black asses, let all our ancestors go. My great-great-grandfather was freed. Your peoples was. After that war. So before that war, the way these people looked at you, that they could enslave you because this was not your homeland. So what they say, free Cherokees, perhaps in remembrance of their shared experience with Africans, continued to accept black runaways into their communities in the mid-18th century. But the knotty circumstances of early Cherokee and African encounters would soon complicate future interactions. As Indian slavery fell out of favor in the British colonies, and as the need of more and more African slaves were dumped into native lands, Cherokees and Africans could not help but view one another through the divisive and refracted lenses of European colonialism and racism. As British settlers and their slaves swallowed up Cherokee hunting grounds, Cherokees probably came to view blacks as co-intruders with the Europeans they accompanied. And as Cherokees took note of the fixed and inferior position of the Africans, a position increasingly connected to race of blackness in the minds and laws of British, they may have begun to associate dark skin with low status. These early assessments among the Cherokee led to a gradual and later strategic self-segregation from black people. We tried to tell y'all that. So when the white man came down and designated white or black, and the Cherokee said they didn't want, or the Indians said they didn't want to be the black people, they wanted to be the white, and the white man was like, nah, we're not going to let you be white. You're not going to get all the perks of being classified as white. But what we can do is we can come up with this term called colored. And then that gets convoluted. Because the Indians, the natives, the peoples whose land this really is, did not want to designate themselves with black. However, if y'all always been here, this is your native land, and you're indigenous to this land, then why in the hell are y'all designating and associating yourselves with black? Y'all got everything on there black. This person black. Abraham Lincoln black. Goddamn, The first president of ever in the United States history, George Washington, he black. You done made every motherfucking body black that ain't black. You done did all this blackening to white people. And the whole time, the people who landed did not want to designate or connect themselves to black, but some kind of weird ass way. You new age fools, fresh out the pandemic with your two coats, three coats, Abos, Abos, FBA, are black. This ain't your land. Your foundation is built on, right? With the emphasis of 1526 for one, 1619 for another, and then a whole other one saying they always been here since they always been here. You couldn't have always been here. Because if you had always been here, the European wouldn't have enslaved your black ass ancestors. And the Cherokee wouldn't have looked at your black ass as a problem and designated your status of a dark skin as a low status. These early assessments among the Cherokees led to the gradual and later strategic self-segregation from black people. Thus, even as Cherokees and Africans developed alliances and dependencies in the early decades of their encounters, they also betrayed and battled one another, vying for liberty and authority in the expanding mores of the European colonial rule. Their relationship came to be characterized by an ever-present theme of contradiction, resulting in simultaneous yet different social, economic, and political experiences and the intersections of African and Cherokee lives. One central contradiction that this fraught the intersection was gradual Cherokee involvement in the business of the day, the trade in African slaves. This practice seemed to have developed in part of the Cherokee traditions in taking Indian captives during the wars and with other tribes. The intertribal battles often waged for the purpose of avenging the deaths of loved ones, and captives were ransomed, adopted into family, or killed. War captives were embraced by tribal members when beloved women or war women, the highly respected elders who had the authority to decide the captive's fate, deemed them worthy of standing in the places of the deceased clan members. Intertribal battles increased in number of ferocity in the 1700s as tribes sided with particular European colonial powers to protect their people from opposing colonial powers. As British colonists in South Carolina saw cheap agricultural labor in the form of native captains turned slaves, they further interrupted and influenced the balance of intertribal relations. Soon as southeastern tribes sought war captives, not only to the avenge of personal losses, but also the commodities to be traded for European goods, when colonists abandoned the Indian slave trade and demanded black slaves instead, the existing system of Indian captives for goods was easily adjusted. Cherokees and other tribes whose appetite for European goods was swelling became hunters and traders of fucking Africans. I'm just going to pause right there. That's just letting y'all see what's going down. You know what I'm saying? Just letting y'all see how it's going down. Because y'all just really don't know. Some people really don't know. That's the whole problem with all of this. The whole entire problem. And Rye is correct. Right now, we're having an intertribal battle with pseudo black cults and their delusion. And the mere fact that we're having to do all of this to break down what the issues are. Peep this. I'm going to go to Man Across the Sea, Problems of Pre-Columbian Contacts. And I went out of order on purpose. I wanted to work my way this way up for chronological purposes, but it really doesn't matter as I'm explaining intricate pieces, and then I can pretty much form a conclusion based on what's presented. But I wanted to start with one particular book because it was just, I wanted to frame it that way because we needed to define some stuff, and that one book defines it and then gives the examples of the definitions, and then it kind of walks everything through and through. However, Hutchinson, Silo, and Stevens, after extensive taxonomy and genetic study, concluded that the New World cultivated cottons of Polynesian wild cottons were allotropes, allotropoids arising from the crossings of some Old World cotton with the New World wild cotton, both of which are diploid. There has been considerable debate regarding how an Old World cotton reached the New World by 5000 BC and perhaps by 5800 BC, when the trapoploid G. hirsutum is known to have been the Tehuacan, Mexico. Sherwin and Kennedy suggested transatlantic carriage by man, and Hutchinson had discussed an alternative theory involving an ancient natural hybridization between wild African and South American cottons. Cotton differs from most of the cultivated plants here under consideration. It is a small, easily transported seed and can survive in the wild. Seeds could conceivably have been transported by birds, but tests of duration of buoyancy and viability of the seeds of the most likely African cottons have led to the conclusion that the seeds could not have survived the natural transatlantic drift survey. One particular promising technique is pollen analysis of datable sediments, mortar, and the like. Pollen is sometimes preserved even under conditions resulting in the decomposition of the rest of the plant. If pollens of the food plants introduced by the early colonists of the Pacific can be recovered and recognized the dated radiocarbon method, it will be possible not only to establish the time of the arrival of the people and plants, but when and by what route they came. As far as I'm aware, the only application to date of penology to the pre-Columbian diffusion problem involves maize. Pollen wood is probably why ancestral maize appears in Mexican sediments dated about 80,000 BC. In Kashmir, what may be pollen primitive maize has been found in a site dating possibly to the 13th and 14th centuries. In the absence of actual plant remains, datable depictions of plants are next best evidence. Painting, sculptures, effigy, pottery, and the like are found in various parts of the world depicting or even being molded on identifiable plants. An example of the use of depictions is found in the case of the pineapple in the New World plant shown on the Inca wooden cups. It also appears as a mural of Pompeii, its identification having been accepted even by plant taxonomist Elmer Drew Morrill, very vocal critic of diffusionism. This is that archaeological book that I was talking about. It is a hefty piece of work. It's 562 pages. That intimidates people immediately. So they'll go through with the control F to try to find something to justify it. And I dare them to go in this book and try to pull something out and then use it. We're going to get them. A third type of evidence is historical documents. Unfortunately, it is not always possible to identify a particular species of plants. Some are rather vague descriptions of the early chronicles. Descriptions of yams and sweet potatoes are particularly difficult to sort out, for example. Sometimes only the word for the plant occurs in the documents, and one is not always able to determine whether the writer identified the plant correctly or whether the word was restricted to or even applied to the same plant in the past as it is today. However, for example, do we assess the unique occurrences of the present word for sweet potato? An American domesticated in the Chinese document dating about the 8300s when associated description of the tuberous plant is too vague to make a positive identification. In the absence of unequivocal descriptions from Columbus' first voyages, a pre-Columbian old world documents, it can always be argued if documents are the only evidence that Europeans were responsible for the plant transfers in question. Despite these difficulties, documentary evidence is sometimes highly suggestive. For example, nearly all the scholars agree that American sweet potato has spread throughout Polynesia in pre-Columbian times, and the anti-diffusionist botanist Merrill states that it was also present in Melanesia, Micronesia, and Indonesia. Even Roland B. Dixon, than whom no more conservative anthropologist ever lived, admitted that someone must have carried the sweet potato westward into the islands several centuries before the time of Columbus. These conclusions are based on documentary evidence from early European contacts and on the greater number of local varieties of sweet potatoes in the region. Had cross-Pacific voyages been long and arduous, the sweet potato tubers would either have spoiled or been eaten. Neither was the case, and it is clearly inferable that man-made, deliberate, relative, easy voyages across the greatest expanses of the Pacific coast. Another example is the 16th century documentary evidence of the very widespread occurrence of the Asiatic plantation in America. Even Morrell allows that. We may reasonably admit that the plantation was in the New World before Columbus. The best known example of the association of the same name and the same plant on both sides of the ocean is the form of the and similar words of the sweet potato or in the varieties in Peru and throughout the Polynesia. It is possible relation to a Sanskrit word for the edible rhizome and the lotus has also been suggested. In another case, the extraction by similar means of edible starch from both the trunk of the palm and the use of the word sagu for the substance in both Melanesia and Brazil, where, however, different palms are used, suggests the possibility of the spread of a technique in a name without the spread of the actual plant. Occurrences on both sides of the oceans of similar non-rational mythologies in association with food plants is also suggestive in some cases. Examples include the corn mother myths of Indonesia and South America, and the origin of myth and name of the yam in Indonesia and South America. By the way, Lucky, if you're watching this bill, bro, this is a book you probably could have used in that presentation that you did with old boy was talking food the whole time. I mean, not Lucky. Damn, I said Lucky. I mean, YK. You know that dude, what's his name? Kung Fu, the Abos Kung Fu dude. Him. There are other sorts of evidence that have been used to support the case for the pre-Columbian plant transfers. One is the association of cultivation in the plant largely with native non-European cultivators, which suggests that the plant was not important to or spread by Europeans. The planting is a case point. Occasionally, the study of a plant parasites or disease is illuminating. For example, the American sweet potato has been in the Old World long enough for species of parasitical weevil of the Old World origin to become adapted exclusively to it. More than a score of cultivated plants, as well as the weeds and some domesticated birds and animals, have been suggested as possible transoceanic transfers. This is the field of inquiry in which we can expect to see a good deal more activity in the future, not only by archaeologists, ethnohistorians, and plant geographers, but of a particular importance of taxonomists and geneticists. You see how they use the body of science as a field to answer fucking research questions. And we got Negroes online with no credentials in any of these fields or even reading the experts' works in any of these fields, coming to conclusions online and saying that they've always been here, that they this, that they that, and the third. Yo, like it's just crazy work. Anti-diffusionists have sometimes argued that if significant interhemispheric contacts had taken place, the staple crops of the two hemispheres would be shared. And that is true. if all this stuff was going on, all this contact, people argued, like the Abos saying that they was traveling to Africa and everywhere else, and that they was the ones responsible for bringing these particular staple foods and civilizing these African countries and European countries, right, and the likes. Why everything ain't everywhere? Why everything fucking different, right? So if someone could only prove that even a few of the basic crop plants of American origin and only a few of the more numerous ones of Eurasian origin were universally distributed and cultivated in both hemispheres in pre-Columbian times, one might be more lenient in judging the matter. Good example. However, there is no law about what plant will diffuse, how far it will go, or where it will have its major development. Indulgence, medicinals, ornamentals, which often bear magic or religious association, dyes, poisons, and other specialty plants, which may fill an unoccupied cultural niche, may be diffused more readily than staples. A staple may have a low likelihood of acceptance, since an established equivalent against which it would have to compete may exist in the potential recipient area. For example, maize versus rice, or the means of arising staples may be incompatible with the environment of the type of cultivation practice in a potential recipient area. For example, a grain crop might be difficult to introduce into an area depending on the vegetatively propagated root crops. In any event, some of the food plants suggested that transfers are important crops and even staples in some areas. These include the sweet potato, the yam, and the taro planting, the coconut palm, maize, and amaranthus as a universal distribution even today, as much as more so in pre-Columbian times. Important crops were not universally used, even in areas within which much contact or diffusion is known to have taken place. As Carter remarks, it is often dangerous to assume that modern economic dominance held the same position 2,000 or more years ago. The adoption of a new plant is no simple matter. It requires the adoption of a whole complex of knowledge about the plant's ecological requirements and often also about the human usage of the plant. The presence of even transfer plant means that a quite effective and probably related durable contact has been made between two peoples. The presence of a number of plants, even as few as 10 or 20, indicates a major cultural contact. Let me pause. I have to unshare and reshare something else. What up, Shares Mo? That boy said read. That boy Kapala said True Zone to put something like that on the screen to hijack it. I'm pretty sure he would. It's the type of person he is. He really ain't got that much integrity. I need to know if y'all can hear this. So let me scroll down real quick and see if y'all can hear this. Put a 1 in the chat if you can.
Our first period will cover three main themes: contact, commerce, and competing philosophy.
All right, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start it.
Our first period will cover three main themes: contact, commerce, and competing philosophies. This initial period covers the time period from 1491 to 1607, from before Columbus's arrival to the founding of Jamestown. But let's start with the theme of contact. Before the arrival of Europeans, native populations in North America developed a wide variety of social, political, and economic structures based in part on interactions with the environment and each other. For both peoples, contact changed absolutely everything. You must keep in mind that before Columbus discovered the New World, it was peopled by hundreds of varied and sophisticated cultures. These pre-Columbian Native American societies were composed of complex structures and operated with a focus on their interaction with the environment and a society stratified based on the capabilities of the people involved. When thinking about these societies, you can dig deeper by looking at the documents in the Supplemental Study Guide, including Sekotan and Algonquin Village in 1585. This image will give you a visual reference for any question or written piece you may be asked to write for different sections of the exam. Remember, evidence from detailed visuals can be equally as important as written documents. For this era, you should also consider referencing the Aztec city of Teotihuacan or the many complex attributes of the Southwest Pueblo civilizations. Once you've established an understanding of the complex nature of pre-Columbian society, we come to the second key concept of the AP US History exam, and that will be the theme of commerce. Let's start this discussion by remembering that European overseas expansion resulted in the Columbian Exchange, which was a series of interactions and adaptations among societies across the Atlantic. With this exchange, we can identify a multitude of goods and an equal number of bads. Okay, so once the door was open, we have Columbus landing, taking in the intense differences between Europe and the New World, the idea and want for riches and gold, and the barriers and opportunities that were presented by both. Go deeper into this and check out the landing of Columbus in 1492 and Columbus reports on his first voyage in 1493 to read first-hand accounts of his entry into Hispaniola. Read about the sights, the smells, the astonishment of Columbus and his crew as they met this positively different new world. Columbus's arrival in the Caribbean marked the beginning of the first large-scale interaction and exchange between nations. Europe and the Americas were flooded with new goods, ideas, and riches that promised to change the global dynamic forever. So, this brings about a great deal of potential issues. But the real question is this: what were the long-spanning impacts of this era of contact on both the New World and the Americas? The Columbian Exchange literally created a biological marketplace between the New and Old Worlds. This interchange of goods, wildlife, plants, and more revolutionized almost every aspect of life or death for people in both Europe and the New World. People. A vast preponderance of people came from the Old World to the New World. Only handfuls of people went from the New World to the Old. About 4/5 of people brought to the New World between 1492 and 1820 were from Africa, and they were enslaved. Animals. Europeans brought the animals to recreate their lives. This had a massive effect on the flora and fauna of the New World. The arrival of the horse also changed lifestyles of Pampas and Plains Indians, allowing them to survive as cohesive groups longer. Plants. 3/4 of today's foods grown for crops originate in the New World. Corn and potatoes had especially big effects on European and African societies, spurring massive population growth and dependency, as in Ireland, which led to a famine after a potato blight. Cash crops, or desirable commodities, in the New World began to sustain the system. Examples of this would be tobacco, vanilla, chocolate, and cotton. Microbes. Disease predominantly moved from the Old World to the New. Some examples would be smallpox, measles, and influenza. Consider the immense impact of this on people never having any contact with these kinds of ailments. Pre-contact population numbers are debated, but death tolls at this point reached 80% in many areas. This brings us to our third key concept, dealing with the theme of competing philosophies. This final concept of the first period deals directly with how, when different cultures meet, there is potential for immense conflict. People were faced with changes, whether they were ready for it or not. Make sure you look closely at both the Doctrine of Discovery from 1493 and the writings of Bartolomé de las Casas in 1550, as he openly debated the motives of European discoverers and the impact of their actions on the indigenous peoples upon their arrival. Regardless of whose ideas won out, the end of this period marked a time in Europe where many nations, from Little Holland to powerful Spain, began campaigns to march into new, previously uncharted territories in an attempt to spread their influence. As a final thought, you must remember, it wasn't just for the material wealth of the New World that empires contested. Religious reformation played out as Protestants and Catholics contested for the souls of those living in the New World. And as Europeans began to question the treatment of native peoples under their colonial labor systems, new workers needed to be found. The slave trade would eventually bring 5 times as many Africans as Europeans to the New World before 1820. This brings us to our first skills focus. For this section, we're taking a look at the multiple choice questions. You'll have 55 minutes to answer 55 questions. This section will amount to 40% of your overall grade, so
All right, let me know if y'all can still hear me pretty good. But anyway, man, I did drop this link in the chat for a few reasons. One, Native American side is before European contact is here, right? And they talk about a lot of things that the Abos like to talk about, but they'll never find themselves. They'll try to call these people black. They ain't fucking black. There's a lot of essays, videos, etc. regarding that. Columbus reports on his first journey and more, right? Europeans in the New World. You know what I'm saying? They'll see something like this right here and say, oh, them black, look how dark they are. They ain't even looking. You know, them Europeans. You know, so it's a whole lot of stuff right here that on this site that will get you in the direction of knowing more. And they got hella sources on here too. You know what I'm saying? Cultural interaction between European Native Americans and Africans. Y'all remember seeing this? This is in a codex, right? Look at all them faces. Look at this face up here. Look, that's one group of people. This is a different group of people. This is a different people from these other two groups of peoples that you see on the screen. But they're going to say that this person is something that he ain't. To be honest, we all know that that is primarily, that's the African among all those different groups of people right there. And it said in the description on the codex that that's an African. But they'll try to argue it and say it's something totally different. That's why you got to get into the work and you have to investigate the work. You have to do your due diligence, right? And so this is one of those useful tools that have a lot of primary sources that help us weed out some of the stupidity that goes on in the community. But it also has lessons involved in it. But I put that link in there like 3 times, bro. But it's like, don't nobody really want to smoke. I'm looking for blood. He said they never show stuff like this. Nah, Kampala, you know there's a reason why they don't show stuff like this, bro. They either don't have access to it, unaware of it, you know, just ignorant of it, or, you know what I'm saying, they know it go against their belief. And once they have determined that it goes against their belief, bro, you know what I'm saying, it ain't really nothing you really gonna get out of it. Some mumbo jumbo from them. You know what I'm saying? So, nah, they'll never show that. That's why, you know what I'm saying, they ain't really pressed. They okay with making shit up. Remember, Smoke and them said, what you gonna do about them making it up? They telling you they making it up, bro. They don't know nothing about nothing. They don't really know history at all. They don't know history at all, bro. When have they showed you when have they proven to be accurate? Who can name a time when an Abo proved to be accurate? Just let me know. Let me know when you ran across an Abo and they proved to be accurate. Let me know, I'm waiting. Name a time when you ever seen an Abo come on the screen and told the truth about some shit. Come on, man. I'm waiting. Why you laughing? I'm dead ass serious. You over there, you laughing and shit. I'm dead ass serious and you laughing. That's why they don't come over here. Because there's a different standard. They can't get away with making up shit. While I don't agree with the Abos, Africans made it over to the Americas. So while you are correcting them, you still shouldn't negate that history. There's no history. There's no evidence of Africans making it over to the Americas before the Europeans. There's no evidence of Africans in communication with anyone in the Americas. There's no evidence of a trade between the Africans and the peoples of the Americas. Where is your proof that Africans made it over to the Americas? It is true. Where's the proof? Don't say that's not true. Where's the proof? Where's the proof? Prove it. What African source, I'm going to say this very clearly. What African source says that they traveled to the Americas and knew of the Americas? What indigenous source of the Americas says that they were in communication with peoples from a other place, naming Africa? Where's the communication between these two groups? How did they talk? What did they talk about? What was the evidence that was left? Where was the presence? Where did they meet? Come on, man. You can't say that, bro. I'm challenging all that. That's why I brought up that diffusionist book. To eliminate that bullshit ass thought. I did that on purpose. I don't just talk to one group of people, bro. I'm killing all that bullshit. You don't. Where's the proof? We have proof that there are ghost populations, DNA coming from Aboriginal. No, you don't. Where's the proof? Where is the proof? Now you're going in a whole other direction. You started with Africa to the Americas. Now you then went to Aboriginal Australia to America. You are where is the proof? You're going two different places. What up, Q? Come on, man. You just can't say something, man, and then you ain't got the evidence for it, bro. That's crazy. You started in Africa, then you just switched and went all the way to Australia and talking about the Aborigine. Then you ain't even talking about that because you ain't even got evidence for that. What did you ain't even make, you ain't got no, there's no science that supports what you're saying. There's no science that support what you're saying. If you had the science that support what you're saying, you would show it. You would show it with no hesitation. Exactly. Aboriginal Australians are not black. He says, no, they are all Africans. Aboriginal Australians broke off early and isolated. They are not African, bro. We're not having no fundamentalist argument, and you're not going to come up here and try to trick us into believing some bullshit. No. We ain't dealing with that. Get your source, bro. Get your source, bring it up here, man. And I ain't going to interrupt you. I'm gonna let you show all your shit you got, bro. Get your source, hit the link, come prove that the Aboriginal Australians are Africans. This ain't that if they're only black because of where they are on the map or where they located at in that tropical region. They gotta be melanated to protect themselves. They're in the land of down under. They by the equator. They're gonna be heavily melanated. Period. They don't even carry the same haplogroup as motherfuckers from West and Central Africa or any African. They don't have an African haplogroup. Post the links. You can post the titles of the articles. You don't have nothing that actually help you with that. You tripping all the way. You done pissed KOK off. You done made KOK come up here. He was chilling. I think you're on mute, bro.
You said what?
Oh, there you go. I was saying you was on mute.
Yeah, I came up here because I was thinking. I was thinking we could trick them. Right? Hold up, check me out. Because you know they rarely and hardly even talk about Australia, right? And the people that's there.
Yeah.
What I was thinking was if we pushed Africa onto that so much that it would drive them to come up with a new route of something else that they go. I mean, because when they do it, we just gonna bust them up.
You talking about how they did the Hebrews? They ran the Hebrews out of the Levant and Egypt, and then they ended up in West Africa.
Yeah, kind of like that. You know what I'm saying? Because you know they hardly even talk about this.
So you want to run them around the world?
We just run them there. I mean, because right now they trying their hardest to get Ireland and France and England in there right now. But that right there, the Australian thing, that'll trip them up. I mean, just think about it. I mean, Australia is so close to America, and they keep talking about Africans ain't did this and they ain't did that.
No, it's not all African. When a group is isolated from somewhere for quite some time, they develop their own shit, bro. See, now you done made her come up here because now she trying to figure out why you still in the chat saying some dumb shit.
Bar reloaded, peace and blessings. What up?
Hi.
Hello. How you doing, man? Welcome to the Mossy Clan. Glad to have you.
Okay.
Go ahead. You can have at it.
Right. For people who are coming out here to know that, so then you don't have to keep like going back and explaining the same things over and over again.
Okay.
I think it would help because, like, I mean, I don't know who that is. The Lamb. I wish they would come up here. And I like to listen to them talk. But he's like talking about haplogroups showing like regional adaptations and all this other stuff. So it's like, I guess they're trying to get a a grasp of it, but that's part of that out of Africa thing where people think everybody that comes out of Africa is African.
And they're not. The fundamentalist argument. Because fundamentally everybody is African. Because that's where life starts. But people mutated and adapted. So that can't be the argument for that. And he can't use that as an argument to try to, do his thing. He doing it wrong. Shit, fuck it, let me just die. And they ain't saying it worked. Bro, you ain't got no article that I ever that none of us are gonna agree with you on is gonna say what you saying. Period.
We said circumcision is African, so culture makes you African.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That goes back to culture. Just because that's why I brought up that diffusionist book. Just because you see circumcision and all these other things transpiring in these many different cultures, that ain't got nothing to do with Africa. That's human beings being human beings. So did Africa teach everybody how to have sex? Huh? Did Africa teach everybody how to have sex, bro? Because sex, you know what I'm saying? No, think about what I'm saying. You see how confusing that is? It's confusing. What he's doing is he's trying to have a fundament. He's trying to do some shit that don't work. Because first he started in Africa. He said Africa and then pre-Columbian contact. He started there. Then it reversed to Australia. Now he doing all of this. Africa didn't teach circumcision, bro. People figured that shit out on their own. We can go to China, find circumcision, and motherfuckers ain't never had no contact. So no, don't do that.
Yo,
don't do that. Africa's responsible for a lot, bro, but we ain't taking credit for all of that shit.
Hey, yo, P.
What up? What up?
Are you familiar with Snoop Dogg's ancestry?
They saying he got a little native in him.
Yeah, I watched that show when it aired. When he was on that dude's show.
You look at his hair and tell you.
Yeah, and I checked it out too a couple weeks ago. I was like, yo,
you ever see him claiming it?
No.
Have you ever heard of him claiming it?
Absolutely not.
What about Michael Jackson? Have you ever heard him claiming it to be a black?
No feathers, no talk about no Indian stuff. But it's other people who speak for them about that though. But they don't.
Never
heard the Jacksons. Never heard Snoop Dogg do it. What's that girl name from the Cosby Show? Rudy.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about Rudy.
Yeah, they you know what I'm saying? She one of the people that they, you know what I'm saying? They say got some Cherokee madness going on somewhere.
Yeah. But people get it, the Freeman. I mean, they get all that confused, like
extra confused.
Yeah, it's people that was slaves of these people, bro. Ain't nobody tripping on that. You know that shit.
I mean, and then they don't even go over the different groups of people that came over to America to establish, you know what I'm saying, all this same set.
Yeah.
They don't talk about the new laws of 1542, the economy, me and the joint.
Yeah.
You just showed that a little bit ago.
Yeah. Nah, they ain't gonna talk about none of it because I don't know anything about it. It's difficult situations for them. Like, it's difficult to talk about stuff you don't know, and sometimes you hear it for the first time, and you hearing it because of somebody on a live stream. And so their first initiative is to deny whatever it is that we say, regardless of what it is. They're going to deny that. Like the person in the chat right now, they have a bias right now. They want to say everybody, they want to use the fundamentalist argument that everybody is African or whatever the case may be. Or whatever the point is that they want to ultimately try to get at. But the people in Australia are not African. They're not. They independently developed who they are on their own, no help. They migrated out of Africa, yes. Yes, they did. They definitely migrated out of Africa.
Yeah, a lot of the information that I go over, they actually send me to it. I guess they don't think that I'm going to check it out or read it up. and then I find extra stuff around the shit they send me that totally destroys them. That's why I make sure that I keep it posted in all they chats everywhere I go. I stay on their neck with it, and they don't never address it. Yeah, I guess I put too much of it in True Zone's chat, and they popped me out the chat yesterday.
Yeah, I don't get True Zone at all. That's a different conversation.
Nah, that dude, he really
it ain't about
he
information.
he want to get away from them, but he can't because it's too late. He already with them. He already done said, you know what I'm saying, what he want to say around them already. So he's an abo, and he can't, you know what I'm saying, he can't shake that off him. It's too late. You gotta keep that shit now.
When Clark is waiting on this person in the chat to say something.
Yeah, because anytime I'm cooking, especially if
I
I'm
was
just
trying to
cooking somebody
find
in the chat,
a
he
source
always
for what they said.
What did they say? Because I ain't looking no more.
Genetic studies have identified a surprising ancient link between indigenous Australians, Melanesians, and some indigenous groups in South America, particularly in the Amazon and Pacific Coast regions.
What year is that article?
I don't know. I was looking for it. I found something like it, but it was from 2015.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with black people? Black people in
know.
America are descendants from Africa. We're not Australians or Australoids. We don't have anything to do with Australia. So why would you say that? Or you know what I'm saying? Like, why is this even being a part of the conversation? There's no black people here, bro. Based on even the definition of black, we're not here. Our haplogroup is not here. Our haplogroup ain't even in Australia. They got their own shit. You know why they got their own shit? And I'm just gonna go on and end the conversation right now. They got their own shit because they admixed with archaic humans that we don't. That's why you see the Novacin and Neanderthal genes in a lot of those people down there. Look that up. We ain't got none of that in us. So we can quit all the, you know what I mean, all the little nursery rhymes and games. Just go on and end it right now. Those people possess archaic features and genetic admixture that we don't. You ain't got to post a link if it's not going to let you post a link. But what you can do is you can post the title to the article in which you're referring to, and she can pull it up. Yeah, thank you for the convo. I guess. You still ain't found it, huh? He got up out of there.
No, I found something like it, I guess, but it is old. It's like from 2015, so it's over 10 years old. I don't understand.
Right. I mean, you know you can't post a link, bro. You're not an admin. I mean, you're not a moderator. So how about you do yourself a favor and just post a title to the article? Like, here's the title to the article, and then we easily copy the write down whatever it is you put in the chat, and we can pull the article up. That's it. How hard is that? When did that become difficult?
But the article is still saying that basically the
Whatever,
Australasian
Mom.
they came later.
What year did they
It
come?
was like a later migration than the, I guess, Siberian one, I guess.
They came later than the who?
Siberian. So it was like Siberia, and then they said that they think the Australasian DNA came from around 8,000 years ago, or the other one came earlier.
You got a dog?
20 years ago. Of course I have a dog. You don't know I have a dog.
Oh shit. You got a dog.
Not one of the tiny ones like you be having. She's big.
I'm sure she sound like she trying to intimidate somebody. Was you trying to troll the size of the dogs?
No, I was just saying you be having those tiny ones and she's a huge ass dog. She's a pit.
Oh.
He is hostile. Thank you. I'll be trying to tell him about that.
Try to do what?
Tell you about being hostile when you got new people
I ain't
trying
hostile
to
about
engage
nothing.
with you.
Bro, I ain't hostile about
We know if
nothing.
you are hostile.
You always crying about something. I dropped the link.
I really just wanted him to come up so I want to hear him.
I was gonna let you talk to him. I want to talk to him.
I don't want to hear. I want to hear his story.
Yeah, I'm very short. I'm very short on crazy stuff. I don't have the patience. When people start saying that you changed your argument in the middle of a back and forth, bro. If you think about it, what did you initially say? You was talking about Africa in contact. Then you reversed it and went to Australia in contact. When you reverse pivot like that, that lets me know that you're unfamiliar with the argument in its totality, and that you just reading something without understanding what it is that you're reading. If the Australians, the Australoids, were in the Americas before Columbus arrives, what is their where is the evidence of their presence? They're going to leave DNA. They're going to leave it. They gotta eat. They're gonna sleep somewhere. They're gonna use the restroom. They're gonna leave hair follicles around. They're gonna end up in places. One of them might potentially die due to the circumstances of the situations because they don't know where they're going in. All kind of things can transpire. But I guarantee they could have fell on a rock, cut themselves. The rock could have been left in a cave. All kinds of possibilities transpire and happen. Human life, human beings, Homo sapiens sapiens, no matter where we are on the earth, we have left evidence. So that's where I'm at. You got to show me the evidence. And if you can't show me the evidence, then I hate to say it, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's just that simple. And you're not going to find evidence to support that because it don't exist.
I'm confused. Okay, well, if culture tells you where people are from, like, what are you using to say, like, who had the culture first? And when did it start? And how did it spread?
And do that because you don't know that.
But that's what I'm saying. But he's trying to say, like, that DNA does a bad job and culture does a better job. But it's like,
no, it don't. How DNA do a bad job? How DNA do a bad job when it tells you exactly who you are, where you descend from? How is that a bad job? It's more specific than culture. You can practice. I mean, let me help you out. You can practice another people's culture. Negroes is doing it every day. You got Negroes. you got Negroes, right? In America right now trying to be Indians. Right now, they don't know nothing about Native American culture, but they trying to be Indians. So my point is that's a bad example of how to identify it. Yes, culture is king, but you can learn a culture. Just like the niggas in New York and Harlem want to be goddamn Egyptians. You can learn a culture, even though they might not be all the way right. They might be close to it. But you can learn those things. That's something that you can entrench yourself in. That's why there's a word called multiculturalism. That's why you have to study cultural anthropology. Cultural anthropology is going to clean up a lot of the mess that you're making right now. And that ain't how you do that. So you have to use genetics along with everything else. And you can't show African culture among them people down there in Australia, and then it makes its way into South America and or into the Americas from the Pacific coast, and then you get black people here. You can't do it because those Australians look up their DNA, their admixture. I'm looking doing something. Come on, Denise. Do your job. The bar reloaded. Let's see what we can pull up on the
I don't know. That didn't come out right. That's why. They gave me some crazy stuff. What are you looking for? What is it? Admix one?
how now do this. Just how related are Aboriginal Australians to the Novusans? People in America
You
don't
said
have this.
how really?
Yeah.
It already came up with the Neanderthal and Denialism, but
I know. Because that's why I try to tell you that they admixed with archaic humans. That's what makes them uniquely different from us. We ain't got but 1 to 2% Neanderthal DNA in us. They got Neanderthal and Denovisan DNA. So they
hey,
can't
what
be
happened to the
us.
guy with the child picture?
What
Put
you
my
talking about?
screen.
Hold up. Where you at?
Here's an AI
You
overview.
sure?
Yes.
I
mean,
can't.
unless you want me to click one of these things. Indigenous Australians
Nah,
are
you can do
among the
whatever.
modern populations with the highest levels of Denisovan
Hold up.
ancestry, carrying approximately
I'm trying to let you see it.
3 to 6% of their DNA.
Your screen ain't showing. Well, I
No, I
can't
see
see
it.
it.
So that's a
You
key.
see it on this screen?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, there you go.
I think I was like, oh.
My shit was just spinning. I don't know what that's about.
Indigenous Australians are among the modern populations with the highest level of Denisovan ancestry, carrying
Exactly, because guess
approximately
who they run
36%.
into? The Novusans are over in their area. They ran directly into them. That's what I mean. Like, like we gotta chill out. I ain't trying to be rude or disrespectful. I'm just trying to just let you know, like, come on now. If you talking that talk, you know what I'm saying? You gotta understand. They can't be us. Once you understand why they can't be us, now you see the difference. What's the difference again? Go back to the top and say it again. You're on mute. Golly. Talking to
Aboriginal Australian DNA, often described as one of the world's oldest continuous cultures. Oh no, that's the wrong one, ain't it? Yeah, it is. Okay. Indigenous Australians are among the modern populations with the highest level of Denisovan ancestry, carrying approximately 36% of their DNA. The genetic link stems from interbreeding between the ancestors of Indigenous Australians and Denisovans as they migrated through Southeast Asia. The ancient admixture has contributed to environmental adaptation.
And what environmental what?
Adaptations.
Okay. Now let's pull up let's ask AI how much Denovisan DNA is in Africans?
Oh no.
No, let's ask.
Mm.
Let's ask AI. Shit, we just asked. Hell,
I
motherfucker
was
just
right too. I didn't know if I was right.
you
I
didn't
kind
know
of
it was
figured
right.
that.
You just
I
heard my
figured I was right because they never came down.
correct and
Like
mixed
they
with
stayed
them.
there.
They never mixed with the Novacin. Barely mixed with the damn Neanderthal. So how much is in sub-Saharan African population? Zero or near zero.
Yeah.
Think about that. Think about that answer. Zero or near zero. They saying it ain't no shot. You gonna have to get it through mixing with some people who mix with them. That's what it sounds like to me.
You said what? That's yeah. You have a misunderstanding of the out of Africa theory, I believe.
You believe? No, you already said that twice to him.
Right, but he's like confirming it with his statements because he said, "So let me get this straight. In order to be African,
Mm,
once you leave Africa, you would
mm.
have to keep the same haplogroups for eternity. That's impossible. The reason we have our haplogroups because we stayed. I don't know because I did my DNA right.
What you
My
mean? Because
maternal
we stayed.
haplogroup was L3, so it's like I don't know what you're talking about. What did you say?
That ain't how you keep it.
I don't understand what he's saying. He's saying like
He doesn't
basically
know.
once they okay. Our
You know,
African theory is about our species.
nigga don't know.
Do you understand that? It means that the species that we are, which is a Homo sapien, derived in Africa, right? The species, right? So then now you have like different people groups of this species, right?
Mm.
So maybe that's what you're saying. So things that like so like you're thinking of like different people whose basal lineages are outside of Africa. Are you saying that they would still be African? Is that what you're asking? Basal means the base.
I ain't even gotta say nothing no more. You got it. What you laughing at? You got it.
Yeah. No. Remember, I'm the pseudo this, the pseudo that. Where the fuck is Thurman
You,
at these times?
got beat up
Where
enough.
you at, Thurman? Where you at?
You got beat up enough. Yeah, you need to redeem yourself. I hope Thurman doing. I ain't seen Thurman in a minute, so I hope he doing all right though, for real. All jokes aside, because I know, unfortunately, we're all getting up in a certain age bracket, and shit's starting to happen to us. It shouldn't be happening, and it's cutting years off.
That
Because we're
nigga
not
said
taking
it's
care
like
of ourselves. I'm getting highly upset with black people.
black people.
Yeah. Thurman wearing a helmet right now.
Thurman, he was just at my thing. My thing was on like Tuesday.
Yeah, but I ain't seen him. I'm
Was
live
this
right now.
Tuesday?
I ain't seen him. You ain't seen him. Look how long I've been live, 2.5 hours. Maybe he at work or something, got a new job or something. So he can only get on your shows. Or maybe, you know what I'm saying, he got a reason to come over there during the Barbadi show.
No, it wasn't the bar. I was at that was my interrogation. I did interrogation on the thing on the what's it
On
called
the
on the platform
judges.
on Psychopathy's like debate league or whatever. So he was in the crowd.
Oh,
He was in
okay.
the crowd. First he called me pseudo. Then he was like, "Oh, Sean, they got her together."
Now I keep reading those. So sub-Saharan. Now, do at how much de novus and DNA in African Americans?
And African Americans?
Yeah.
I don't know. How many
No,
of us mixed with I don't have any. I'm gonna tell you that now.
nah, let's see. Let's have some fun.
I was say Africans because I was like,
Nah, the reason that I'm saying this is because I'm specifically separating us from, you know, when I said that we're not these people or we're not that people and we don't have this or we don't have that, I'm trying to show people why I'm saying what I'm saying, right? Because we, as a species, never, as a species, right?
what? Africans did not do that. Don't say that again.
Do what?
Went on and populated the world and gave the world civilization.
Hey, people believe that shit.
How, like, what I would like to ask you is how far back are you calling people Africans? Like, are you saying 100,000 years ago they were called? Like how archaic are the people? Like,
Nah,
I'm not understand. Like,
yeah,
you
but
understand what I'm saying?
you got Neanderthals is probably around 80,000 years, but not in the capacity of whatever they were prior to. So
Maybe they left 40,000 years ago. I mean, it's only 40,000 years, right? That they like.
I'm somewhere around there. We can get the
extinct.
exact date, but I understand what you're saying. So no. What I'm saying is, I'm not talking. I'm saying of people on the continent of Africa. When I'm speaking Africans, I'm talking people that are still on that landmass, not people who have left out. So
But sir,
I'm not
you have
making
left.
it.
You have left the Lamb Junior in the past because he's still wondering why Homo sapiens are considered African or apparently Homo erectus either. Like, what are like? I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm confused by what he's trying to say because he in the chat.
You said Africans went and populated the world and
No.
gave the world civilization.
No, yeah, that's no. That
And
again,
then he says you're saying by the
that's
very act of them
hyperdiffusionism.
leaving.
That's hyperdiffusionism,
Oh
right? Saying that Africans did everything, and I told y'all that's what I thought he was doing to begin with. That is
Idiot.
exactly what he's doing. It's exactly what he was doing. I said it to begin with. I just knew it. It was some bullshit. So again, what I want to say to you to that point, right, is that no, that is not what happened. It's not what happened. L3 is the haplogroup responsible for populating the rest of the world.
That's my haplogroup.
Of course it is. L3 a bad mofo.
But see, this was what I was saying. I had did a live when I was well, it might have been in my interrogation. But like this is what I would call a hyper Pan African. Like when they be saying like those Pan Africans, they think like you can be a Pan African but not think like this. This is pseudo.
Very pseudo.
This is like ridiculous. But this is what people. So it's almost like when they want to hijack everybody, everybody feel like
Yeah, exactly.
what they're doing is the same thing.
Exactly.
No, really?
Nah. No, duh. Like for real. We know that L3 is an African haplogroup. It's responsible for the other haplogroups which mutate up out of that. We're telling you, that's why we're telling you that you're wrong. L3, you can't find L3 in Europe after a certain period, or even in a certain period. You can't find L3 in Australia. Find L3 in Australia. You don't. L3 don't even get too far out of Africa before other haplogroups begin to exist, because L3 is also back migrates. You gotta slow down, and then you also have to remove this notion that Africa gave civilization to the world. That is not what Dr. Ben meant. It's not what Dr. Ben meant. And then you have to define what civilization is before you just go around pumping your chest. There ain't nothing to pump your chest on, bro. Because there was some advancements made by other civilizations that wasn't even made in Africa. And if you wanna go there, and I don't mind doing it because I love Africa that much to tell the truth. Africa wasn't paving roads. And I keep it on a simple, minute manner. Now, how much this damn DNA is African supposed to have, or the Novosan DNA? You can't find none. You on mute, man.
Okay.
Is you in your back chat?
No, you were supposed to be reading.
I ain't
You were
supposed
supposed to be reading this. That's why I blew it up.
No,
I want to go somewhere
I
else.
asked you to do it.
I did
No, you
already.
didn't.
African Americans simply have very little to no direct Denisovan DNA, as it primarily is found in Oceanian and Asian populations. However, due to admixture with European or Native American ancestors who carry small traces of archaic DNA, some African Americans may possess trace amounts of Denisovan ancestry.
Right. So they had to. So African Americans would have to do what with who? Who they gotta have sex with?
Europeans or Native Americans.
Europeans and Native Americans, in order for them to come up with some Denialism. That's how they work, though, bruh. You gotta know the science, bro.
You said you mutate once you leave the region. Boy.
That boy there is a transformer.
I am confused.
No, you don't. You gotta be in a certain region for a certain period of time in order to mutate. And that certain period of time is a long ass time.
You won't mutate. Somebody somewhere down your line.
Why we ain't mutated? We been in, you know what I'm saying? Our ancestors been in America for 400 years. Why the hell we ain't mutated in the Americas? Why we ain't mutated? Oh, because that shit don't work for us, huh? If we go by what you saying, that's pseudoscience, bro. I mean, I appreciate your efforts, though. I know you're at work, but goddamn, you're doing a whole lot of typing. That motherfucker typing up a store. Type us a motherfucking source. Shit.
It's just that I don't like it because it's like when you do that, they're trying to call like Africans archaic humans.
Right.
In that regard. When they came up out of Africa, when the Homo sapiens were coming out of Africa mixing with like Neanderthals and stuff like that, they're still archaic humans.
They wasn't running running it up in no goddamn Denialism.
No, they didn't go up that.
They didn't even see them motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's just like that. I don't understand. Like, why are you making them so?
Just think about that.
Old
Africans didn't even see the Novasans. Think of how wide that is. Cause the Novasans way over there ain't goddamn somewhere but fuck, and they ain't going that far. By the time you see a Denovasan, you ain't even fucking African no more. Your ass then took so goddamn long getting the way you was going that you done turned into a whole other people, mutating, adapting, and dying and all this shit. Q Black said Pan-African pseudoscience. He says we are mute. No, we aren't mutating. You can't show us mutating. You know what? You right, we are. After the pandemic, after COVID, we definitely were mutating. You know why? We wasn't mutating. Our children was. Our children's children was. Those of us who are grandparents today, those children, our grandchildren, have mutated. Maybe not all, but some. And one of the reasons for that is because of the way people's diets have been lately and not eating certain type of staple foods. So, foods like prior. So those molars and them teeth in the back, some kids are growing up without them. Did you know that?
Yes.
And that's all off the pandemic.
Yeah, these pandemic kids is wild and smart too, but they're crazy. They
Crazy.
grow up real quick. They start talking fast. They probably don't have wisdom teeth.
Right, that's what I'm saying. The wisdom teeth. Some of them probably will. Some of them won't, depend on their parents' diets.
I'll go look at my grandson's teeth and see.
Because you got a lot of them that are on these different type of diets. They don't require those molars. And it's crazy how that adaptation happens within, you know what I mean? It's crazy. But you ain't, and that took a long time to happen.
But they also said that women are what is it? Oh, I stopped sharing my screen. It's all black. Black power. So women are like they're getting more C-sections now.
Instead of natural birth. Why is that?
Oh yeah, because their pelvises are getting smaller, which is probably because at some point in time, people with small pelvises will either die or not have children. But they started giving them C-sections, and then they were passing that on. And so now you see more C-sections than before happening. And people can't have births, like live births, from their, pushing it out. That's another evolutionary thing that's occurring.
People don't pay attention to their signs, man. They don't pay attention to their signs. Y'all out here lying.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
But I know it's bad.
It's kind of a bad thing, probably. I know that. Yeah, I know evolution doesn't choose I know people feel like if they evolved, it evolved for the better or something. So it's just evolving. It's just a change because of whatever.
Right.
I don't think that's a good change.
No, there's not. Not being able to push them out is not a good change. Something has to happen for that to reverse that.
Motherfuckers got to stop having kids. They can't have them. I think that's the only way.
We're crazy.
I do. Well, I will be one of them. I have 5 C-sections, right?
So you don't.
About me.
He said no. The hospital. Look what Willie say.
No, they said our pelvises are not it's not.
Don't nobody listen to Willie. He don't know what the hell he talking about.
But I didn't pass that on. My kid didn't need a C-section, but apparently it's happening.
Yeah, y'all tripping. It's a quiet night tonight. Somebody.
It's a storm. There's a storm a coming.
Yeah, we already got it. All right, pull your screen back up.
Oh, it says me.
He said
evidence suggests that human pelvic shapes are evolving to be narrower, partly driven by the pelvic floor hypothesis to avoid dysfunction. Efficiency walking. Additionally, research suggests that the widespread use of C-sections may be reducing the evolutionary pressure to maintain wider hips for childbirth.
And that's what people don't understand. Remember when I was trying to tell you about pressures? You remember when I was telling you about that genetic pressures? He was having the whole conversation. People didn't understand. People were acting like they didn't understand what I was saying. But that's an example right there. That is the key to understanding a lot more about what we got going on. The genetic pressures. We don't feel it. Think about it. You ain't think when you think pressure, you thinking about something else.
Yeah, because I sure wouldn't have been able to understand genetic pressure had they not said it
Right.
like this.
And that example is just a reality. I just went through that in my last child, Sean, and guess what? She did have a C-section. Mm. We don't believe nothing you talking about, Willie. We think you a lie. People from Detroit lie way more than other people. We did a survey. Detroit is the home of the scam god.
What?
Detroit out scammed New York. Let's argue.
Oh,
What up, though?
that's a big argument. Are you gonna sing it again?
Nah.
Oh,
Can you see that question?
yes. Growing up in 1970, y'all. Oh, I'm just playing. Growing up in 1970, we were taught that we had to cautious of sickle cell to be cautious of sickle cell anemia, have that genetic disease still in us. Uh,
Yeah.
are you asking, do we
That's
have
my
that?
question, or
Yes.
you?
Yes, it's still, I don't know. Like genetic, I mean, you have sickle cell anemia and the traits, right?
Yep.
What trait?
It's in everybody's family. Somebody in your family.
I'm like, I have the trait. I don't have that.
Somebody in your family will pop up and sickle cell will be their demise. Not well. That's a bad word.
Yeah. I was like, damn.
Sickle cell will affect them, but then when they have children, it might not affect the child. You know what I'm saying? It'll skip a generational. I forget how it go, but it'll be like that. But that shows your Africanness though through that. Now people will argue like the Abos. They'll argue and say, well, the sickle cell trait is here too, but what they won't argue and tell you that it's a different trait. Um, uh,
Oh
strain.
yeah, JJ used that in that debate.
Yeah, it's two totally different. Fuck, man.
Strains of sickle
Yeah,
cell.
strains of it. Yeah, look it up. Pull it on the screen.
1 second. I don't know what to look up.
Yeah, how many strands of sickle cell exist?
How many?
Yeah, there's an African and then there's an American. It'll pull it up.
Is it really only two? Oh no, it's not. It's a
Let's pull
mini.
it up.
I figured it would say that it was like mini. Whatever is one is two, three,
Damn,
four.
temperature's dropping again. And it's gonna be 1 degrees around this bitch.
It was -2 up here, so
Yeah, fuck. That's why I ain't in
y'all
Cleveland.
still in the south. Y'all still in the south. Y'all
Yes,
need to stop crying.
Said he a scammer. Willie Lump in the chat. He a scammer.
Why do you listen with y'all in the scamming? That's all Unc be saying. How they scamming?
These niggas a scammer.
There are several types or variants of sickle cell disease.
There you go. That's the word I was looking for. Variant.
With the most common and severe being
You can't
HBS
see.
sickle cell anemia. That's on you because I shared it. Followed by HBSC and HBS beta thalassemia. Thalassemia. See, I've been hearing those commercials that mesothelioma shit. That's not what it said though. It said thalassemia. And then there are some other rare forms. So how do we find out where we get it at? Like which one is here and which one is not and stuff like that?
No, you can go back and see it. So you'll see you'll see the African variant, and then you'll see the American variant, and you can see that in through the Columbian exchange as well. So that's how I know that there was two different. So if you go through and you ask the question to AI, it probably will give it to you. What are the two variants of sickle cell that showed up in the Americas? It'll give you the names of them, and it should give you a name of them and then break them down.
What do you look up though? Like,
what you mean? What I just said?
I don't know. It says a lot of stuff.
Right. So go in there and put in what are the two variants of the sickle cell trait shown in the Americas, or that exist in the Americas.
Variants. Oh, HBAS, HBAC.
That's the names of them. And what does it say?
HBAC.
Can you read it for everybody?
The two primary variants. Can you see it? Oh, okay. The two primary variants of the sickle cell trait found in the Americas, particularly among populations with African, Caribbean, or South Central American heritage, are HBAS, sickle cell trait. That is the most common variant occurring when a person inherits one normal hemoglobin gene and one sickle cell hemoglobin gene. HbA hemoglobin C trait, is another relatively common, generally asymptomatic hemoglobin trait found primarily in individuals of West African descent that is often identified alongside sickle cell screening. While HbAS is the classic sickle cell trait carrier state, HbAc is often discussed in the same context because the combination of these traits in parents can result in various forms of sickle cell disease in children. People with HbAs or HbAc usually do not have symptoms of the disease but can pass the trait to their children.
That's why when you heard me say it, skip.
Yeah, so basically you should like when you're about to have a kid with somebody, get them screened.
Yeah, get the but who gonna have sex with somebody then turn around and be like, hey, let me get this motherfucker screened before we
No, you gotta do it beforehand, before you have children.
Okay, so you mean the people that plan to have children, not the ones that would just drunk one night and then.
We know more nowadays, and people shouldn't just be having children. I know what happens.
Oh my goodness gracious, bro, it's not happening that way.
I'm old. I'm too old.
Nobody in clapping the cheeks and then gonna be like, hey, before we clap cheeks, let's go see if you got sickle cell.
Well, before you clap them raw, you know.
That ain't happening, bro.
Get yourself screened, like the other people when they be having to screen for like Tay-Sachs disease or something.
You should know your what's the name of the variant again?
Who?
Know your sickle cell status.
Yes, that should be a thing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess I was about to say, you think an Abo would have sickle cell anemia? Like,
man,
they still hold that?
Motherfuckers will be
I don't know
over
what to call them. I'm gonna start calling them FBAs. I think that's better than Abos.
Look, they'll be over there about to die from it and still gonna act like that. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker about to die. They be on their motherfucking deathbed over that bitch.
Like, no, I'm from here.
That shit crazy. Show that shit. Right. Let's get the hell out of there. Damn, I got sickle cell. Original Power probably got sickle cell for real, and he over there talking about he got damn indigenous. Then he gonna say the type of sickle cell he got is the B, not the A.
Is
or the
indigenous to the Americans.
Right.
I mean, they can always say that they got syphilis. That's indigenous to the Americans.
Oh my goodness.
I guess I want to say that.
You remember we was going through all the diseases? That was funny because when I said that, you said what? You said what? I said yeah. I said they got that shit. It's like, oh my god.
And I see you ain't let that go.
No,
You
no, I
learned
never
that.
will.
You learned that one and never let that one go. It's fucked up. It's fucked up.
They want to be indigenous so bad.
Yeah.
Got some indigenous diseases you can get. They was fucking up. They fucked up all of Europe with that one.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about what they came over here and did. Yes, they came over here and killed off like 80-90% of these people, but then they went to Europe and went crazy, killing off kings and all kinds of stuff with that. So, I mean, if they want to claim, syphilis,
Yeah, let them show. They don't ever want to claim it though. Cherokee natives wasn't into taking baths. I don't know if they was into taking baths or not, bro. I can't attest to the bath taking.
bath. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't attest to the baths if they were or were not. They weren't on my playlist. I try not to study a lot about other people's stuff, but when you got black people claiming it, that's when I start paying attention to it. To be honest.
I just want to know what do they, I don't know, besides them throwing feathers on their head, like what do they, what do they do to the culture? Like, what do they observe?
Mm-hmm. They got bottom kittens running around here like he a real chief for real, and he done popped up in Atlanta. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? This nigga done popped up in Atlanta. They walking on Stone Mountain. I'm like, them KKK members gonna knock your ass down up there. Like, yo, like they got dudes sitting up here like he a real live chief, and I'm like, yo, he frauding y'all. Y'all don't know a scam when you see it. Black people so gullible, and it be the, I hate to say it be the sisters. I don't know what it is about these Negroes y'all be loving on, boy.
They're charismatic. They're leaders.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Y'all like the pulpit pimping.
Pulpit pimping. I mean, is you gonna talk about the black church?
I mean, that's what they do it too. Sure. What you mean? You seen what happened?
Exactly. So
You seen what happened with what's his name? The fat boy Drewski. Boy, they let Drewski have it for
yeah,
coming
I
out.
don't know why they so mad at him. They need to be mad at the people he
He came up as
copied.
a pastor. You can't come from
He
the
was
pastor.
funny. He was hilarious. That's what was funny.
Sean, you need to stop denying your ancient Mississippian ancestors. Man, I ain't never heard of that.
Do you know that there is somebody on YouTube by the name of Sean P. Diddy?
Oh, that's crazy. Oh yeah. On Smoke Now channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, he trolling me.
I was like, who the fuck is that?
Yeah, that I don't know who it is, but it's somebody on. I mean, yeah, he trolling. Yeah, I thought it was funny too. You come up in the world when a nigga take time out his day to, you know what I mean?
Make a whole YouTube directed just for you. They had to have a YouTube, a Gmail and everything. You said it's sisters who falling for the BS. I mean, it is, but I mean, online it ain't. It be the niggas, it be you dudes. It be the men trying to argue.
Man, I just sit here and watch 50 women surround bottom kids going up and walking, singing. I was
Well,
like,
I don't know. The first person I ever met who thought like this was Ivory. She's a woman. But it's like it's an anti-African ideology. That's what I
exactly.
thought at first, and so it was just like
It definitely is that.
it
Because
just kept
Ivory was
growing.
she was anti-African about it. That was Ivory whole thing.
Yeah, and I was like, I mean, I'm not anti-Africa. I love Africa. I've been, I don't know, but I don't know how, some people see it as a negative. A lot of actually, almost every FBA person sees it as a negative to be like from Africa or to celebrate your African ancestry.
Because they retarded. Motherfuckers is stupid.
Yeah, I'm like, I've
We've
never
been,
not been
been
proud
black
of it,
and
and I'm
proud of
white.
right. We've been proud of being African since the 13 colonies, and then all of a sudden, you mean to tell me a pandemic hit and you Negroes else? Man, get out of here with that bull jive.
Okay, I'm leaving you now.
All right,
Goodbye, Mossy.
peace
You can
out.
find me on the Bar Reloaded
Oh Lord,
before he kicked me off. See you later. As soon
peace.
as I find the exit.
No online. The sisters is the most voiceful and denial in their hair and their roots. That's a fact. That's a debate too, though. That'll be a good debate right there. Do the women online, are the women online more pseudo than the? I think Christians are smarter than the online women. Shit, they fell in love with Jesus. They ain't let Jesus go, and they don't believe they been here either. It's all about making pseudo content. I see. I guess that's why we don't get no views, bro. Cause we ain't got the pseudo content, bro. We ain't got the pseudo content, bro. We ain't got it. Unfortunately, you know what I'm saying? They don't have it. Informant Tariq Nasheed. Y'all boys crazy. Um, yeah, if I go pseudo, I know we'll kill it, man. But I got too much integrity in me to go pseudo. I was thinking about getting back to one of these books that I had on the screen for y'all, man. But it's crazy. I just made sure that y'all had the books because it was serious. And y'all know how to get them. You know what I'm saying? Who is this? Willie or some goddamn body? Oh, this Unc. This nigga still beating up Christians.
What'd you say?
Yeah, so you still beating up Christians.
I ain't beat up no Christian. I beat up on Chief X. You know I do it every 7 months.
Oh, okay. Are you
Yeah.
back fighting with him?
Yeah, just just because to me talking crazy about the African Egyptian shit. And they got a new Wikipedia page out on it's called the old page they used to have, the race theory. What is it? What's it
Yeah.
called? Come
Critical
on
race
now.
theory?
Huh? No. On the Egyptians. It's about the Egyptian race controversy, but they
Oh, yeah,
upgraded it
yeah.
because the new book then came out, and the UNESCO 9-volume set. The
Mm.
volume 10 or 11 came out, and what they do is they go back over it. They went back over the information. They used interdisciplinary studies. All the stuff they was trying to get to,
Damn,
and
I
so
need to
now
get
they got you gotta but just read the Wikipedia page first, and is ain't no doubt now they got it super tight. So I just went back over that a little bit and just beat Chief X up. Calling the Egyptians Caucasian. You know how you do. Trying to
Yeah.
get some views
Why
and talk crazy about us.
I don't know why he would want to do that. They're an African people, bro. So at the end of the day, the argument dead right there.
Yep. But he trying. I don't know why he tried it, yo.
He needs some attention. He
Oh, I
be
had to
looking
be
for
good too.
allies and shit. When he be arguing with you, he be looking for allies. He start requesting
Yep.
questions. I'm like, man, ain't nobody finna help you fight against
Crazy.
You need help that bad, bro.
Need
Because you
help
ain't
that
beating this shit.
I don't know why he think. I don't know why, man. Come on, man. I wouldn't help him against you.
Right.
Man, he's stupid.
he think because
Some
I'm
things we just don't do, right?
right. It's just because we mad at each other 30 minutes.
Ain't that mad? Shit, just talk shit.
Right.
Ain't really
He
mean
called
it.
Sean and said, be a switch sides.
Right.
He crazy.
Yeah, he crazy as hell. Crazy, yo.
Bro, no. I
Mhm.
don't care how mad at anybody. I ain't switching sides.
Yeah, I ain't never that mad, yo, to do all that. Get out of here, yo.
That is not happening, bro.
It's not happening, bro. Yeah, y'all keeping the thing going too, yo. Come on, bro.
Yeah, man.
Stop it. Stop it. But you get views though, yo. When you pick a topic, you just do what the hell you want to do. You do what you want to do, yo. You don't stick to the shit that's bubbling. You supposed to jump on stuff in your own style, yo. Get them. You had some good views on the last joint you did, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just gotta stick to it. Beat them. The FBA, that's right up your alley with the fake Indian stuff. That's all you've been doing. I bet you rename the videos, you're gonna say, "Oh my goodness." Yeah, you done put in all the legwork already. You know, already did it. It's everything. You got everything on that. Everything.
Yeah, they be running.
Yeah, they don't mess with you, yo. It's like a desert.
Mm.
Scared to death, yo. I need the book. You ain't sent me the book, yo. I
Yeah,
remember
what you talking about? It's in
no,
the
you
email.
oh, in my email? I thought you sent me a physics thing.
Which book?
The book with the monkey, the people keep El Negro. I'm gonna
She
debate
sent it to you.
Sanchez.
Honey Clark said she sent it to you. Oh,
They ain't send that shit, man. She playing. You
all
still ain't
right,
got my email.
I sent it.
Maybe she sent it in a thing. Yeah, I got crazy Sanchez talking crazy. You want to debate? I'll take your money.
No, hold up, time out.
Yeah, you
Sanchez
heard me.
debate you?
Yeah, we want to debate. Is that a monkey or Negro? One. And do all humans come from Africa? Now, how silly is that, bro?
Where the other humans come from?
I don't know, man. Maybe it just popped up out of somewhere, yo. Maybe he tried to trick us. But he don't understand African and non-African. Because non-African don't mean they don't come from Africa. That don't mean that at
Yo,
all.
how is he going to show you some people popping up somewhere?
I don't know. You're gonna be creative with it. He almost died laughing when I told him that it wasn't. He said that's his great grandmother, his great great grandmother. I said, yo, that's a monkey, yo.
No, he said the El Negro was his great grandmother.
Yeah, yo. I was like, come on, bro. You got us coming from some
Right.
monkeys, yo.
Bro,
Yo, he almost died laughing. He started showing pictures of people getting haircuts. He said that man got a fade, a hot top. I was like, yo, come on, yo. And
you know he
Mesoamerica.
done. Listen, you know how he came up. He came up off the SETI shit.
Oh yeah.
The whole, you know what I mean, images and let me talk about it type shit.
Oh yeah.
The whole shit is SETI shit.
He's gonna be real. He's gonna be real bossy, real flossy and bossy and corny. hmm Crazy. Yeah, I was tuning in. You know, I always check on the channel to see what you're doing when you're going live. I want to pop up, give you some support, yo. What was you talking about? Who was you beating up? Who was you beating the brakes off of?
Dude was hold on. It was so some dude came into the chat
Mm-hmm.
and hold on, who is this? Golden State. This is what's up, Willie?
No, that's Cali, bro. What's happening?
Cali, hold on. What's up, Cali? Hold on one second. That's right. He said Golden. Damn, like Golden State. Let me see. So some dude came into the chat and said the Australoids are the Australian Aboriginal are African.
They come from Africa.
No,
Definitely come from Africa.
no. He said they're African.
No, they're not African.
Yeah, he said they're African, and they came into the Americas Africans.
No.
Huh?
Yeah. He was in the chat, bro. It's kind of interesting.
Smoking.
Yeah, he was super Pan-African. He said Africa gave civilization to the world. I said that was that. I said that was that Ben. That was that Dr. Ben.
That's that that's that hyper diffusion.
Yeah, big time.
Mm-hmm.
Some object calendars.
They said they walked, they caught the boat and ran and got there real quick.
Real quick.
Yeah, I don't, you know what? I think people mindset be like, "What's up, Callie? What's going on, bro?"
Oh man, I was just coming to give y'all a heads up, man. I don't know if y'all heard about Tariq Nasheed over in Senegal right now.
Doing what? Making friends?
Getting treated well. He was eating jollof rice, walking around.
That's what I'm saying.
With
Bro,
the
it's a
Senegalese.
hustle, bro. It's a hustle. What I'm saying, it's an Abjuware.
Yeah, Abjuware. Yeah, send it to Abjuware. Yeah.
I'm glad you came on this mug, bro, because you know what I'm saying. I got that
I'm gonna
book
start
right.
reading that. I'm gonna start reading that. That's a good book, man. I don't know where the hell. Whistle Common got his page going. I don't even know where he at. Melvin.
Melvin. Yeah. No, don't worry. I got in the back dope right here, boy.
Yeah, that's a good one right there.
I had in here I had 3 copies of this book.
You got it. You got the hard copy?
Nah, PDF. I just had it in here multiple times.
Okay. You said he in Senegal messing with the tethers.
Yeah.
Now here immigrant over there.
And
Here the tether man.
the FBA's been out there copping pleas, crying and shit like that because they mad that they can't get he in Africa. They can't explain after all this, tether this and trying to talking down on Africans and shitting on Africans for this whole time.
He's getting money. He getting money off that.
I know. That's what his whole lick. Well, I also listened to another brother. He said, "Man, I don't listen to Tariq, but another brother was talking about. He was saying that Tariq Nasheed is starting to come off of a lot of this African rhetoric." I said he may be getting to pivot back to Pan-Africanism.
You realize y'all too silly. They're too silly. We done beat him off his position, got him looking super crazy. That's what it is. He's crazy out there. That's what it is, yo.
It's a lick, man. Whatever pays. That's what this is. This is how this goes. Whichever position pays well, that's where he's gonna go. And the FBA people, the cult members, gonna follow him. Now he knows he has a cult. And if you ask these people, they never criticize him.
But at this point, they're contradicting themselves.
They don't care.
Yeah,
it's a cult. No.
If you don't believe the website, yo, then I can't help. If you can't believe the website, no, I don't believe that. That's pseudo wrong.
When they claim to be from Africans who explored and arrived in the Americas before European contact, right? Or also being from the indigenous, the Aboriginal black people that were here, and then also the actual thing, the transatlantic. They do agree with the transatlantic slave trade, but we're supposed to be an amalgamation of 3 different groups, which is insane.
No, black explorers and black traders. You're like, how many explorers and traders came over here?
Check your email.
Huh?
Check the email real quick.
Was it 10,000 black explorers, or was it more explorers than people that came over here?
Who the fuck are they? Why we ain't got their names, bro? We would have been talking about that.
10,000 black explorers and traders and colonels.
Right, bro. It's crazy.
Got it.
Thomas, Oklahoma said, looks like Tariq trying to pull I show Speed. Because Speed over there, he in Africa too.
Running crazy.
Yeah, we've been over there getting love. He been over there getting love in Africa.
Boy, he over, man, in tears and everything. He over there having a time right now because he's traveling all around Africa. He's able to do live stream.
Juju over there right now too. She got married.
Oh, 100.
Word. Congrats, Juju.
Yeah, congratulations, Juju. 100. But yeah, this stuff
right
here. This.
Who she married a Muslim?
Mm-hmm. Her name is I forget what I gotta get her name.
What Wolof?
Hold on. She marrying an African or she's in Africa?
She married an African.
She's marrying an African?
She's married.
Yeah, my homeboy did the same thing. My homeboy did the same thing. He went
Hold on, Callie. Juju went to Senegal.
Mm-hmm. Got married. Not Senegal, Gambia.
The Gambia, when she went to the school, she went to the Gambia. You mean to tell me that she found her husband?
Yes.
And he is marrying her. He's a Muslim, correct?
Yes.
And he asked her to marry her, and now she's gonna be living in Africa.
Well, it was married love at first sight. What we gonna do? If I gotta go rescue her, I will. But right now it's good. She cool right now.
Man,
We'll go,
so
we'll
she
go
is,
rescue her.
listen to me, bro. Listen.
What you saying?
Listen to me.
She can't leave?
No. She can leave. But what I'm saying to you is, she never wanted to come back.
Oh yeah. She don't. Yeah.
She went over there and fell all the way in love.
Yeah, she don't want to come back.
She just feel home.
Yep. I mean, there's what it is, though.
And now she got a husband over there. Hopefully he got money like that where she can get the Benz with the big house and all that over there.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
Well, it's all good. As long as he treated right, I'm good. I don't care.
So it looked like we finna be pulling up over, going to the Gambia.
Going to the Gambia. Definitely going to the damn Gambia.
Yeah. We gotta go there anyway. We gotta go there anyway to go to the school. I need to go to the school.
Yeah, my homeboy did the same thing. He's been over there now since 2019. He married a sister from the Gambia. She's from a Wolof tribe, and he's been living in the Gambia for since 2019.
Yeah, that's what's up.
And he got a son. He got a son as well. So
yeah,
it's worked out.
Man, you don't want to get over there. You don't want to come back. They say.
Nah, my homeboy not coming back. he only come back to visit and shit like that. But I think this last trip that he did last year was his last one, and what he told me, he just wanted to make sure to clear out everything that he had in the States. But he had no plans to come back here at all.
It's good, yeah.
Sure. So yeah, that's on OG. I said, I'm not mad at you, bro. Because the way things going in this country, bro.
Is she gonna be working at the school?
I have no idea. I get all that for you.
Well, the reason that I say that because she got an inside connection to work directly at the school because she, you know what I'm saying? She was just there, and then it was supposed to be, she was doing the whole school shit anyway. So I know she can get employment there.
Yeah, she gonna be good. I'm gonna hold it down over here. She good. Yeah, she good.
Yeah, one love. Congratulations. For sure.
Big up the Juju.
Yeah, do your thing, and I'm just saying it's like Juju. Don't be in a rush to come back to this motherfuckers. It's nasty over here right now. No, I'm saying you see what's going on here. I'm saying don't be in a rush.
You're in the wrong place, man. I'm living in the world. I'm good. I don't see where you at.
No, I'm just talking about what's going on in the States right now. I'm not trying to get political, but you see it.
I'm in the States too, huh?
Melanated Goddess was over there in the Gambia too. We sent her up to the school with to see the school and all that. So, yeah, I put her in contact with everybody, and she went up there when she was in Africa on her visit. And she said the men was all over her too. She might be getting married next.
Yeah, tell her slow down, cause I ain't getting down. Slow down.
Nah, I mean if it's righteous, go do your thing. That's the whole point. A lot of sisters went over there. I'm talking about to Africa, and then got married. Brothers too. A lot of brothers and sisters that went to Africa and got married, and are still married and still happy. So if you can go over there, if you find out, man, go do your thing. I ain't mad at you.
Yeah, I see him. Oh, she finna have us some African. She finna have us some 98% African babies.
She said 98%.
98.
He said left her. Oh yeah, because he the European. He said 98.
Yeah,
black.
She finna get that European up out of her.
By the time her kids, you know, saying they didn't have grandkids and stuff like that. Yeah, it'll be basically be up out of there by the second generation. You know what I'm saying? Third generation, Gonzo.
Back though. Y'all lost your mind.
Hold on, introducing Aisha Naeem.
Yeah, that's
my Islamic given name.
That's a name.
Okay, Juju. I ain't doing the Muslim shit.
100. Nah, absolutely not.
Oh, man, y'all backing off. Stay right there.
And you talk about being Islamic? Absolutely not, bro. I'm atheist.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Nah, but they still go to the bush though, because Fatu still practice Fatenrug. That's indigenous. Fatenrug is indigenous practices of the peoples. So she Islamic, but still do the Fatenrug. That's why Kofi did the presentation on Fatenrug.
They cheating. Hey, what chapter the monkey in, yo? You remember?
Yeah, hold on.
Cosmology principle.
I gotta pull the book up so I can tell you exactly. Hold on.
No,
but it's on down. It's like I think it's 87. Page 87.
Oh, page 87.
I gotta pull it up.
Thank you, man. Good right. Gotta read that chapter.
Documents. He didn't got him an American woman. Now he can come back to the States.
Nah, he don't want to come back here. Not right now.
Hey, hold on. Time out. My boy over there in his Muslim garb with the all-white Air Force Ones with the box fade. Nappy fade. Her husband.
Oh.
Her husband.
There you go.
Oh, she was at the school getting her hair done.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, word. Okay. So yeah. She ain't coming back. She got everything right there, and he gonna take care of her. She ain't probably gotta do shit. Walk around that motherfucker eating jollof rice.
Yep, he'll eat healthy. Got a lot of seafood, healthy food over there. Like my homeboy he eat good there, bro. He eat good.
And she got her cell phone up and all that. So I'm gonna have to hit Juju up because she gonna have to hit us live. Yeah, she should be up now though. It's morning time over there. Oh, she got Fatu in the back seat. See? That's what I mean. She connected.
Got the sister?
Yeah, that's the sister from the school.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
She's in the back seat with him. Yo, that's dope, bro. She probably she was no wonder, but she was listening one day though. She was in the chat. She hit me up like she was listening to the show. So I guess that she must have been in Africa at that time. You on what page you on?
I'm on page 78.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's 78. You see it?
Nah, I don't see it.
All right, hold up.
77, 78.
It's somewhere around there.
Got the stone thing, huh?
Miami F. I'm finna tell you. My book pulling up.
They got a lot of statues of monkey heads and human bodies. They got a lot of them.
Yeah. But
what chapter 5? What chapter? No celestial pole, ancient Mesoamerica.
No, that's early. It's early in the book though. What you talking about is early in the book. Hold on.
So it ain't chapter 5?
Hold on. I'm pulling the book up. Whoever just hopped on the link, give me a second. I'm finna let you up. Let me work this out. How the fuck I can't? All right, hold on, long. You gotta give me a second. I probably got your ass way off.
Look at 87. You see.
Nah, it ain't 87. So go to one. It's in the hundreds.
On the actual PDF or the PDF numbers? On the actual page or the?
Yeah, the PDF version might be like 144. I mean somewhere around there.
All right. Looking directly on the page, right?
Yeah. 114, page 114.
Yes.
In the book, page 147 in the PDF. and at the bottom of it, it'll say Monkey Monuments.
Monkey Monument. Okay.
Yeah, you got to read through the Monkey Monuments because it's Monument F. If you were to do search find in the book, then you'll just hit Monument F, and Monument F will come up on page 115 of the book, which is 148.
115?
115 of the book, yeah, but 148 on the PDF. And it go directly into Monument F, and it says second cylindrical monkey sculpture, Monument 56, M. Halaventa, blah, 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 blah. Then it goes into at Tres Zabitos, Monument F and G, were such sculptures, although 2 to 3 times bigger, blah, 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 blah. So that, and then probably got to send you this archaeological book.
Yeah,
So,
screen sound.
do that, bro. You got the book right there.
Okay. So I'm looking on the actual page. What page on the actual page?
On the actual page, 115 going into 116. So you should see.
I got 115. I see monuments. All right, monkey monuments.
So look, you see the. Are you looking at the screen?
You mean on the video on
You're looking at the screen right here?
Yeah, I'm looking right here. I'm looking up at the thing.
Yeah. On the stream.
Oh, he's black, nigga. Shit.
Stream, y'all. Can you see the screen?
It's black. I'm saying you ain't showing nothing.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, it's slow.
Nah, it's low.
Low, all right. Your whole thing then did. You must be on a dial up.
I need to get rid of this.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it is because I'm.
Oh, I see it. It popped up on my phone.
Messing around like you and got all these damn bullshit up. These science articles.
Yeah, the howling one. I see it. I see it.
Nah.
Gods.
I'm
the howler is the nocturnal.
I had one of them scientific articles with all this stuff that got to be loaded up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go.
I see it. 116.
Yeah, right there. Right.
Yep, the howler monkey. That's what it is. The howler monkey.
Howler monkey.
Black-headed.
So that's why I said 115, 114, and 112.
Got it.
You got it. Yeah, all that right there.
I erased the evidence.
Yeah, but the 115, yeah, you're talking about Monument F.
Right. Yep, I see it. Monument F represents that monkey like second Leventa one. Oh, they got one in Leventa? Head looking upward.
Yeah, it's Leventa.
Arms again. So they got one. They must have one in Leventa. It says we're not limited to Leventa. Hold on. Monkeys on shafts were not limited to Leventa. All right. The face of trees. Zaptios. All right. Is a simian with the framing hairline, brows, lips, nose, cheeks. All right. I can't believe they went crazy on that. It's trying to hide our history, boy. That's a monkey.
That's a fact.
Oh wow.
Was Amon was here? I don't know what happened with Amon. I'm guessing audio ain't working. All right, I'm finna text you this book.
Is in there too?
Nah, I texted to you. You click on yeah. It's in there too.
All right.
Yeah, Stone Monuments of Southern Mexico. It's an 80-page article. You can control F it to get to where you want to get to on that one.
Oh, you know what page that's on? Let me see.
Shit, I don't know because it's a PDF.
Oh, shit.
That's why I said you gonna have to. You can control find it.
What? Just type in
Control.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. All right.
Yeah. You on your phone, hit the 3 dots on your phone, and then if you go to
3 dots where, yo? I got a daggone whatchamacallit.
What you got? You got an iPhone?
Yeah.
Oh shit. You ain't on Google?
Nah. Oh, I can get on Google.
Yeah, get on Google with it. Because if you're on your phone, you get on Google with it, then you can hit the 3 dots at the top right, and then you can just hit find in page and do it. That's how I be catching them Abos real quick when they be lying.
Yeah, they stay lying, don't they?
Yep. They like to cherry pick, so you got to know they move.
He's like, come on, yo. Why, yo? I don't even understand the cheat. It ain't no fun if you got to cheat to win. Right.
He said Vino said I was a Tennessee Indian.
Yeah. All right, so I'm on Google. Look where.
If you hit the 3 dots
on
your phone, scroll down, you'll see share, you'll see find in page. If you click find in page, it's gonna pull up.
I see load tabs, new books, add, browsing, request site, find, okay, find page.
Find in page. That's it right there.
And type what in? Monument.
Yeah, Monument F.
Oh shit. All right, got you. All right, we on it.
Yeah, that's what you need right there.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're in the game.
Yes, that's 2 really good sources right there.
Mm-hmm.
On that.
You only need 2 for these niggas. We would just outright overwhelm them.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, you
it is the one. Yeah, that's definitely all you need.
Right.
Come on. Are you about to debate?
Sanchez.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. Oh man.
Razzle there.
Don't lose any brain cells. Don't lose no brain cells.
Too late for that, bro.
People like to see it. People like to see Sanchez for some wild reason. I be like, man, Sanchez is crazy, man. He really like to see it.
He's still on that flat earth shit?
Yeah, flat power.
Oh boy.
That's how he getting paid, because he got the white people watching.
Yeah, he be killing it. You be like, man, you done lost your mind, bro.
Yeah, he definitely crazy.
So he a Abo flat earther. I mean, this come on, man.
He jumped on the Abo shit just to keep his momentum going.
Yeah. No, he went. He did that, and then he went whatchamacallit. He went FBA pseudo.
So he a FBA Abo flat earther. Come on.
Yeah, he just changing wherever they blowing, wherever the wind blow. Just to be real, he ain't coming up off none of that.
Never.
And if motherfuckers go back to Egypt and it's some Egypt shit and he can get some momentum off there, he gonna be right on that.
He do everything.
Yeah, that sounds like what Tariq doing. Tariq bouncing around, whatever.
He see that.
We see what Tariq like. Tariq never stopped selling no goon juice.
Listen,
y'all stupid, yo.
The time Sanchez pulled up some images on Google and started talking about the earth was flat with some images and talking about
Who did that?
Sanchez.
Oh yeah.
Talking about the fields, talking about the force fields, some certain type of fields he was naming, electromagnetic something. I was like, what the fuck is you talking about? We never landed on the earth. I mean on the moon. That was a Hollywood production.
Yeah, he said. Yeah, he said Hollywood production. Some of the other cats say CGI image. You know what I mean? CGI computer generated image.
Yeah, I beat the brakes off of him with that.
Right. Why the curvature when we up in the air, nigga, 10,000 feet?
I don't know, yo. I don't know. Okay, Monument F.
There you go, right there.
Flex Dome.
Do I got this other? Let me see if I got this other source. I don't know where you went, Zaman, but you was welcome to. You know what I mean? Your microphone wasn't showing. Nah, it's in Spanish. It ain't gonna do you no good.
Yeah, they Spanish is up. All right, I'm going to read, yo. Let me get off here, yo. Appreciate you, bro.
He got what he wanted.
I ain't get a badge to get what I want, man. Shit, you know me.
No, you good. I'm just messing with
you. You know that.
Yeah. All right. Let me see. Yeah, I think that's all you need. I think I mean I might have something else, but but I think it's all.
I want to get some good images. I'm gonna look for the actual. Try and see if I can get the archaeological
images of there's some good ones out there. Some good Monument F images.
Probably get an archaeological survey. See if I can get that.
Yeah, there's a book that has a survey in it, but it's in the one I found is in Spanish. And it's full of Spanish, like for real.
Yeah, they playing with us.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
What is Abo? Frank Green, don't even worry about it, bro. If you ain't Abo, don't worry about it. I need everybody though to make sure that they get that book, The Origins. Significant.
It's a new book?
Nah, you should already have it. Jennifer Raff. The Origin of Genetic History. Jennifer Raff.
I got a couple books. Oh, I'm thinking about the Origin podcast.
Yeah, the Jennifer Raff book. Yep. Shit, I'm gonna end this mug too, man. Should we slide up out of here? Yo, Callie, what you got?
All right, y'all, I'm out.
All right.
Peace.
Peace. You on mute, Callie? Lemon butter sauce. Man. Hey, how many of y'all follow LES Barbecue? Let's Barbecue. You got the YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. He the Oxtail, call himself the Oxtail King. He just made that stuffed salmon with oxtail in it. That's way too meaty. That's some fat people stuff. It's crazy. Hold up, y'all. Yeah, it says a question. Abos are people that think they indigenous to the Americas, bro. Man, all right. Crazy. What do you say, bro?
No, I'm just saying, Sean, thanks for letting me come on, bro. Come on, appreciate it. I just want to give you the heads up on. Say it again?
These must be the crowd who don't own a vehicle. Frank, yeah. They think they've always been in the Americas, bro. They literally, the Abos are people who think that all black people in America been in the Americas before the slave trade.
No, I just wanted to give you the heads up on Tariq being in Senegal, which was wild.
Yeah. You need to go ask his boy Ron, FBA Ron over there, Unbiased Sports. You need to go by Unbiased Ron. Why is Tariq over there in Mali? Where you say he was?
He in Senegal, bro.
Senegal. He's way away from Mali.
Eating jollof rice. Where he got a video of him eating jollof rice and walking around with the Senegalese brothers. They talking about my brother.
Yeah, because he know.
No, but they over there treating him good, bro. He getting treated good.
Yeah, as much as he disrespect them, it's crazy work right there.
It's absolutely crazy work for him to be over there talking all that shit after he didn't pretty much caught them tethers and all kind of stuff. Why don't you take care of your homeland? And I said, and trashing everybody and saying, why do you flee your homeland? You got all kind of problems back at home and you want to come here, but why you want to go visit that? They saying they got all kind of problems. Why you on vacation? It don't make no sense. I mean, it's just hypocrisy. But now a lot of these FBA cats don't know what to say, right? They don't know what to say at all. They over there trying to come up with excuses of why he over there. Oh, we never said we hated Africans and like that. Yes, you have. Y'all been xenophobic as hell. All you do, most of y'all content is trashing Africans or Caribbeans or Afro-Latinos. Y'all hate other black people. And now y'all trying to act like that hasn't been you guys' blueprint the whole time. That's a lot of y'all started YouTube channels based off of this to trash black immigrants, to try to have separatism. You guys are white supremacists. You guys use white supremacist rhetoric in order to trash black people because you guess you want to have a smaller ethnic group. There's not even that many black immigrants. They are the smallest we're talking about immigrant population in the United States. So why are you guys hating these people? It makes no sense. They don't have enough power. You say that they undermine you. They don't have enough power to undermine you. It's the dumbest thing in the world. These people do not have power, but you trash them as if they have some type of power that you say, but you have nothing. You have no smoke for the people who actually do have the power. That's my issue with FBA. Hating on black people, but they got no smoke, zero smoke for the dominant population, the majority population in this country. And then representing the American flag, trying to be like this super patriotic group of Negroes. Y'all trying to be patriotic like white folks. Like you got one acceptance from these people, but hate other black people. It doesn't make any sense. So yeah, I can't stand FBA. These people are fake. They're frauds. And a lot of these people who claim an FBA now are doing it because there's opportunity for money. Everybody trying to ride the FBA wave, but it never had any type of it really had no road to anywhere because these people weren't out here trying to get work on reparations or try to pass any type of legislation. It was just to be out here trashing other black people, and that's it. That's all. And some other immigrants, but mostly black immigrants. That's my issue with these people. Fuck FBA for real. I don't see any benefit to your group. It'll be one thing if y'all was out here trying to work on legislation to try to get reparations, like a lot of y'all say you trying to get it, but then y'all don't want to get involved in a political process. You don't want to go speak to politicians, right? But then when black immigrants come here and they get into politics, then you get mad at them. Well, it's not their fault. Most of them can't even get elected unless our people vote for them. So why are y'all so mad at these people? They saw an opportunity. They took advantage of it. You could have did it. You chose not to. But instead, you want to sit here and just trash these black folks. But then you want these people to support your cause after you just spent your whole time trashing these people, making fun of them, denigrating them, and also denigrating or making fun of their country, trashing these. It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So, and then Tariq is gonna get off this, and a lot of y'all just gonna follow. And some of these other people who created YouTube channels based off of it, I don't know what other type of content you're gonna do. You're gonna have to come up with something else because if your leader ain't supporting that shit in the future, I don't know what you gonna do because y'all were all dependent on him.
Yeah, hold on 1 second, Kelly. What's up, Zaman? What's up?
Hello, my brothers. How are you guys doing?
What's going on, man?
Yeah, I just saw the title and I was interested. You guys are the blacks, right?
Nah, we the whites.
No. I mean like Black American.
Yeah, what's up? What you trying to say?
Yeah, no, I'm just African. You know, it's. I see that you guys are
Yeah,
speaking, and
what part of Africa you from?
I'm from
East
Nigeria.
Africa. He from Kenya.
Nah,
Oh,
You
wait,
from Nigeria? No, you're not. You sound like you from Kenya, bro.
oh yeah. How did you get Kenyan there? um,
what
yeah, no,
time
I'm
is it?
Kenyan.
What time is it over
I,
there in Nigeria?
I don't know. I'm not Nigerian. I'm Kenyan. It's
I
7:53.
told you.
Okay, he's Kenyan.
Yeah,
It
I'm
was
from
Kenya,
Kenya.
bro. I know those accents, bro. I've been on many panels with Kenyans, Ugandans, and other East Africans.
Hold on,
I
Kevin.
have a keen idea what the accent sound
What
like.
time is it? What you say? What time is it?
7:53 in the morning a.m.
Oh, you just waking up.
Yeah. What about you guys?
Nah, bro. We about to go to sleep. What you
Oh
got
shoot.
going on, man?
Nah, I'm a West Coast, still 8:54. I'm watching a boxing match.
Um, yeah. I mean, I was just thinking like of like I don't really know where you guys like are. Like, are you guys Pan Africans? Do you want global Black unity, or you guys, FBA leaning or anything
Nah,
else?
we ain't FBA, bro. Wrong.
Hell no. Fuck FBA.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, look, I get why FBA exists in principle,
Nah,
but the
I
issue.
don't even get why it exists.
Okay. So in principle, there is a point of like if you're going to focus on reparations, to convince the state to give you money, then it makes it easier for the state if you can say, okay, well, these guys have a direct lineage,
They ain't even got
to
that to give us no money, bro. Think
you
about
don't even
that.
think
They have no
like,
political
yeah,
ties to anything. They have no
that's
nothing.
true. Yeah,
So
that's a
they,
good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
so they can't move a people forward
Hmm.
because people ain't united in this thing evolved from the internet during the pandemic. So there's no historical. Oh, he fell off again. Yeah, he in Africa. When the internet like that, bro. Yeah, they ain't got too much time.
Oh, he left. Okay.
Ah, his,
Yeah, he
his,
tried to.
his shit fell off, bro.
Oh, okay. I told you, bro. I said I'm keen on picking up some of these accents and stuff. Also, I have a friend who's Ugandan. I have friends who are from East Africa and stuff like that. One of my friends is actually a geneticist from Uganda, and so I can pick up accents pretty quickly from over in that region because I've heard it enough. But we got a lot of them out this way too. But yeah, man, this whole FBA thing. Oh man, I'm just like a lot of the people content, a lot of folks content kind of slowed down since Treek been on Africa, and now they on the niggas plane train trying to explain why he over there. And so they over there trying to say he never said he hated them. Wait a minute, that's all y'all be on trashing Africans all day. That's all y'all do. That's your content. That's why I stopped. I was over there. I was actually claiming FBA at one point because I thought that y'all was trying to get reparations. Nope. Nobody had any type of legislation. And then once I saw that the shit was just xenophobic, I said, I'm out. I don't do xenophobia. I'm not anti black immigrants. I don't do that. I don't hate other black people. I don't hate black people from the Caribbean. I don't hate black people from Latin America or from Africa. That's stupid. And if I had some bad experience with an African, I only have really like 2 bad experiences. Most of my experiences have been great. So I don't really have bad experiences with Africans or any other group. I've had more bad experiences with my own people. And most of you have too. But y'all got all this smoke for these other people. It's just stupid, man. You don't even have enough. That's what I want to say. Your evidence that you have to hate on other immigrants is anecdotal evidence. You don't have enough solid evidence. You can't. You guys are just generalized because maybe you had a bad experience with 1 or 2 people, and some of you haven't even had no bad experiences with Africans. You just see videos that they show you and repeat to try to make a lot of Africans make it look bad. There may be some stupid dude from UK, some African from the UK or something like that, or one dude say something fucked up about Black Americans, and I'm like, yeah, okay, fuck that dude. Not the whole group. You haven't spoken to the whole group. To hate that whole group or to try to trash these people based off what a couple people have said is stupid. It's just not. There's not enough information for you to make that type of decision. Now, it'd be one thing if the whole group started coming out here saying it, but that's not the case, and you know it. But a lot of y'all say, well, that's enough for me. But y'all don't even do that. You guys will take the bad experiences with like 3 or 4 Africans and try to put that on all 1.5 billion people on the continent. That's crazy work. And then you'll say the same thing about the Caribbean. There's 3 million Jamaicans. You ain't even, how can you sit here and hate Jamaicans when you haven't even met all of them? You might have had a couple of bad experiences here in America with some of them, but that's not enough information for you to make that type of judgment based off the whole group. And this is what FBA does. But they don't have that same type of smoke, once again, for white Americans or even for their own ethnic group. And you shouldn't hate your ethnic group because you haven't even met all of your own members of your ethnic group. So how are you going to say that you met larger groups of people? So that's my problem with FBA. They're just a hate group. He said, Ryan said, yeah, he said it's a pseudo black. I call it a pseudo internet coon coat. Because I mean they're anti-black. These people are anti-black people. Then they try to in order to try to swap places with Native Americans, they'll believe the information right about Siberia, right? Hold on. Excuse me, right? So the genetic evidence that points to them migrating from Siberia, they'll agree with that, but then they won't accept the information that says that shows that we could descend from West Central Africa. It just doesn't make any sense. So that's where I stand on the issue, man. You see, FBA think they are responsible for every invention. Oh, of course. They think nobody else is smart enough to do anything. Then they'll say stuff like, we ain't from Africa. First thing is, Nigeria has only been around since the 60s. Like, I said, I don't give a damn when Nigeria came around. The reality is those ethnic groups were there. They were there before there was a Nigeria. The Igbo, the Yoruba, the Isan, all these different groups in that region, in what we today, the Nigeria, Togo, Benin region are still there. They were there then, and they were there before the Europeans got there, and they're still there now. It doesn't matter what you call that region. It's still, those people are still there. It's 50 million FBA. Nobody cares about Africans. Is there 50? There's not 50 million FBAs.
Who said
some of those black? Frank Green said that. It says about 4 or 5 million of them are from Afro-Caribbean, Afro-Latino, and African.
Hold on, Callie. Mm-hmm. Nobody cares about that. I think he just generalizing. They, them. You sound like them trans folks. Hold on 1 second. Let's try to get some clarity real quick before I say something. There's no 50 million FBAs. Let's start right there. I ain't going back where y'all was already at. There's no 50 million FBAs because it ain't 50 million. It ain't even fucking 20,000 FBAs. Listen, so let me explain what I'm saying to you. How the fuck does a population of people immediately become an overwhelming majority of something somebody made up during the pandemic? So you are intentionally reclassifying the 40 million. What you mean post the link? Nigga, the link posted. You're intentionally classifying every black person in America who are descendants of slaves, who are descendants of people from Africa, as FBA. No. You said show your hold on. Don't say nothing, Callie. You can't even do that, nigga, because FBA didn't even exist. It never exist. There's no lineage. There's no lineage. There's no culture. There's no history. The name FBA derives a few years ago, and it's trying to latch on to a history that's older than that. It is claiming 1526 as a starting point, which is the starting point of the first Africans entering the Americas. You didn't say anything about blacks. Well, what are you referring to? Who the fuck are 50 million FBA members? Where they at?
They got 1,500. It's down to 1,500 after we beat them half to death. They got about 1,500.
And they all
on YouTube.
online. I was
They're
being
all online.
generous.
1,500. Yeah. Like we supposed to be Willie Lump Lump. So they're gonna take the what is it, 42 million African Americans, right? Because it's documented, and y'all can just throw a name on it. That's like saying it's 42 million Moors. It's 42 million Nation of Islam. Like, get out of here. Nation God's Earth. It's 42 million. Yeah, you knock it off. And they got
wow.
we're not going. They try to say it, like knock that off, bro. Yeah, 1,500. Thing is down to 11. Now that Tariq then went to Africa, it's probably 500.
Yeah. So I mean, you asking dumb questions. Where from in Africa? Every person in the Americas that is an African American is from multiple places in Africa, and that's due to admixing of those different countries during the transatlantic slave trade. Your genetic makeup explains that. All you got to do is the link, Frank. If you FBA,
it's not gonna hit it. It's not gonna hit the link.
Yeah, because he asked for the link, is what I'm saying. So like he was like, where the link at? Shit, how many times I need to post a link?
Hey Sean, today I just matched with some Ugandans today on Ancestry DNA. Ugandans.
Is this conversation ain't hard, man. It's full of foolery and flim flam. First of all, just African Americans, period, is an ethnic group with the ethnogenesis in America. And the reason we have different ethnic groups from Africa, because it just made sense to mix us up. So we couldn't speak our language. You just mix them up. It was sharp. It was sharp of them to do that. Okay? And so let me speak for myself on this. At no point do I think I'm a continental African. I'm an African American, yo. I descend from continental Africans that got caught up in the slave trade. Simple as that. I'm proud of my history in America. Whole 9 yards. I just always wanted to put the pieces together so that African Americans could respect where they came from and not forget and just think you just an American. I'm more than just an American. I'm an African American. We said at the foundation, we built it for free. We were the foundation of the global trade network. That the 1 and 2 industrial age 1, industrial age 2 sits safely on the global money that was produced for free. We the first stock traded on Wall Street. Go to New York, go to Wall Street, and then read the plaque. They tell you the first commodity traded was the African American. So we at the foundation of the quote unquote global network of money business. Yeah, come on, man. Yeah, new name, nothing. That's the internet. Y'all playing games, yo. Yeah, they playing. Yeah.
Now I'm with you. I'm the same way. I'm of African descent, bro. I am not no continental African. I would never claim to be that. It's be ridiculous to claim to be a continental African. You know what I'm saying?
You said they don't know where they family from, bro. You crazy. It's a lot of people that actually do the work to actually know where they family from. So you sitting here and you saying that You are hiding yourself in the chat. You can't even speak on it, bro.
He say what? We don't know. I mean, why we gotta know where our family from? It's called slavery. That's the number one thing it do. It erase your family connection. Matter of fact, DNA can't even tell where you know what I'm saying, like exactly what clan you. Man, get out of here, man. It's called slavery, man.
No, exactly, but what helps though is you do have family matches from different ethnic groups in West and Central Africa, and even sometimes other parts. But we aren't. But we are a different group of people because we're amalgamation of a gazillion fucking tribes. So why would we know exactly one place? We can't pinpoint. You can't pinpoint. Oh no, I'm over exaggerating, bro. I'm not. You know what I'm saying?
I said I'm never acquiescing to a faulty premise. Yo, what's the faulty premise? Did it even matter? How about that? It's called slavery. That's what slavery do. It disconnects you.
But that was the point, though, right? Because like you brought up, they know they learned from the Caribbean, right? With all those uprisings with them, bringing in the same ethnic group where they could communicate and plot together. So the first thing they're gonna start doing, all right, you Igbo, you Yoruba, you Ashanti, and you from here and there, right? We're gonna mix all y'all up. None of y'all gonna be able to communicate with each other, and it's gonna make it harder for you to plan to try to uprising against us. And that was a smart way to go about it. So the fact is, to say that, how do we know exactly where we come from? Why would we know
it don't
that?
matter.
Well, we don't come
matter. It don't matter. We come from Africa. How about that? Our ancestors come from Africa, yo. And we built, watch this. We right there. We at the ethnogenesis. It was the ethnogenesis, goddammit, in America. Okay? Get that straight. It's the ethnogenesis of enslaved Africans. Small amount of Native Americans, 1 to 4%, not even that much, right? And Europeans, maybe 70-30, 80-20, whatever. So at the end of the day, it is what it is, yo. That's why I celebrate all of Africa. See what I'm saying? And I know I directly come from people in West and Central Africa because that's where they took the majority of the slaves from. And I'm cool with that. But what I'm not going to do is act like my ancestors didn't come from Africa and forget about the whole slave trade and fake it and act like I'm a Native American, a Black Indigenous Native American, faking and running around stealing somebody else's identity. This is what I'm not doing. And then mistreat people from the continent because they're immigrants. Not mistreating human beings because they're not from the same place I'm from. It's ridiculous. Get out of here. It's a bunch of nonsense online cult. Get out of here, man. Based in a wild ass, quote unquote, fakeomentary. I call it pseudomentary. Get out of here, yo. Yeah, stop it.
He said, how many people was at the family reunion? Guess what, Sherlock? Indians don't do family reunions.
Right, he's a fake Indian. Oh, he a fake Indian? Oh, man. Fake Indians ain't talking. I know you ain't a fake Indian stealing somebody's heritage. Like a Black Hebrew Israelite stealing heritage. It's crazy. And then get on me for knowing where my shit come from. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. Can't none of them prove nothing.
Ever.
Never. Anyway, I just heard the fake number of 42 million. I just wanted to.
But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? It's ridiculous, right? So the genetics, they're talking about the DNA test actually supports the historical documentation. This whole thing is a wrap. All of the evidence. The transatlantic slave trade is one of the most documented events in world history. So why are you trying to claim some fake ass history that we can't even find? You're saying that and a lot of y'all try to say that they hid the history, right? Then if they hid it and you found it, where is
it? How do you know they hid it? Where did you get it from that they hid it? They hid it. Come on, bro.
Well, that's my point. Is they saying they found it? Allegedly, they saying they found it. Okay, where is it? I've been waiting for you to show it. For what has been well over a decade. You had an opportunity to show this shit. You never have.
I said, my grandmother 103. Your grandmother ain't never said no shit like you saying, nigga.
Nope. You know what the grandma said, Sean? You know, your grandma was like half. You know, she was like half Cherokee, half Choctaw. They never claimed to be those people. They claimed to have admixture from those people. These niggas be lying.
They be lying on their grandmama so good. They get on the internet, man. Get out of here, bro. You're a liar, bro. You had plenty of opportunity to get on the internet, get on the link. All right, look, man. I'm up out of here, bro. I need to go lay down, man. I've been up
Do your
since.
thing, Sean.
Yeah, y'all be smooth, man. I appreciate everybody hopping in, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all stay black out there, man, and proud.
Always, man. Good shit, Sean. Keep doing your thing, brother. Appreciate your work. Like
from Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karemio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the Abos slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing's staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
Paleo-Hebrew American Indians is very pseudo because there are no American Indians that are even speaking Paleo-Hebrew. Why would you even say such a thing like that? It's crazy to me. I can't even end the string behind you saying Paleo-Hebrew American Indian. You're making it up. You don't even know what you're saying when you're saying it, and you want us to look this up. You have a serious complex and issue. And this is the beginning of people trying to associate Paleo-Hebrew with the Americas. Hebrew ain't never entered the Americas until some people came here and started talking about it and trying to infuse it. That's that Mormonite shit that Lucky was telling y'all about. That's what that is. Pseudo at its highest degree, pseudo. Lucky told y'all about it. It's very, very fake. I got $10,000 saying you won't hit the stream and prove it. PayPal, Zelle, Cash App, however the format. Prove it. Define it and prove it. You got 2 minutes. And I'm waiting. Yeah, your ass went mute. Which I figured you would. The burden of proof is too big to bear. African came from, yeah, you pseudo. Motherfucker said Africans came from the Mu continent. Boy, you spitting hella pseudo in the chat. You spitting hella pseudo. The land of Mu is pseudo. Boy, go get you a life. Get off the internet. Zane said, shut the fuck up. Yo, that's somebody. Hey, you know what? Sir Lord Sean. That might be pure black ass over there playing around, man. Only pure black will say some shit like that. That's gotta be pure. He just switched his whole alias up and got a whole nother name. That's gotta be pure black, man. Ain't nobody saying no stupid shit like that. The Mu continent? Man, if you don't graduate from, bruh, listen. Go back to school. Start over. I hope that's pure black trolling. Because if that's a real person with that frame of mind, bro, they whole family in trouble. Peace out.